Chapter 1286. Swiss Xiaoduo's training was not just hard work, it was crazy, extremely crazy. Now that he was married, he practiced every day, all the time. Swiss Xiaoyan was dragged by him to practice a few times until she almost fainted. It was undeniable that Swiss Xiaoduo's passion for cultivation was extremely high. The feeling of becoming a powerhouse was also very urgent. If it was possible, if Swiss Xiaoyan did not need to rest, Swiss Xiaoduo would probably practice hard for 24 hours nonstop. This kind of passion for cultivation was unprecedented. If Swiss Xiaoduo went out and said that he practiced 24 hours a day and let everyone know, they would be ashamed of their inferiority. Look at how hardworking he was. Then look at herself. Sigh, there was no way to look at it. Of course, the premise was that he did not reveal how he practiced. Swiss Xiaoyan was very distressed because of Swiss Xiaoduo's diligence. She even had the idea of finding another cultivation partner for little doggy because of this, but she really could not bear it. Every day, she practiced until she was exhausted. Her butt was already swollen now. Would it get worse in the future? Fortunately, just as this idea rose, it was extinguished by Swiss Xiaoyan. This was a dangerous idea that absolutely could not be touched. Even if she fainted on the bed every day, she could not find another cultivation partner for this guy. That would be looking for trouble. Although his cultivation level was increasing rapidly, little doggy's various cultivation positions were also changing rapidly, one after another. No, it should be said that there were many new patterns in a day. Sometimes, Swiss Xiaoyan felt strange. Could it be that other couples could also come up with so many tricks? Obviously, there were some things that could not be done with a low cultivation level. It was impossible to do. This. What was going on? Also, this puppy really knew too much. This Swiss Xiaoyan recalled that since that cough at the beginning of cultivation, Swiss Xiaoduo had come up with at least 200 kinds of tricks, right? Now, it was even more than that. Every day, he had to tirelessly research, torment, and rack his brains to do things. Even if there were no conditions, he had to create the conditions to practice. He complained about not becoming addicted to drugs, so he was tormented for 3 days and 3 nights without drinking. In the end, it was Swiss Xiaoyan who begged him to drink some wine. Drinking some wine could at least numb her for a while and relieve her negative state. However, Swiss Xiaoduo dragged him along and gulped it down at an average rate of 1 jar every 2 days. As a result, he became even more diligent in his cultivation. His cultivation base really did improve by leaps and bounds. He was already at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, but his cultivation base continued to soar at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Swiss Xiaoyan was now meditating every day, compressing her true yuan, and then cough, drinking wine, practicing martial arts, and being dragged to practice hard. He didn't have much conscious time every day, and he had to use it all to compress his true essence. Such a life was not only boring, but also miserable. Before this, Swiss Xiaoyan had never imagined that she would have to continuously compress her true yuan 36 times while being at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, and that she would have to lie in bed to cough. That's not right. It should be due to a special training method. Every time she thought of this, Swiss Xiaoyan couldn't help but have the urge to fight the inferno, which to the death. This guy actually gave her 1,000 jars of wine that were incompatible with fire and water. What was even more terrifying was that he also gave her the brewing method along with the wine. Not only did he give her the recipe, but he also gave her enough materials to brew 100,000 jars. This also led to Swiss Xiaoduo spending all his free time researching how to brew wine and refine it. After that, he would diligently practice his martial arts. This life was simply unbearable. As the days passed, Swiss Xiaoyan even had a feeling that in the long run, she might have to lie in bed all the way until she reached the zenith heaven. This was too terrifying. What would people say about her in the future? Swiss Xiaoyan, lying in bed all the way until she reached the zenith heaven? No, it was too shameful. If others asked her, Sister Nian, how did your cultivation progress so fast? We didn't see you practicing martial arts. How should she answer? Should she say that in fact, it was all because of her? That thing? Just as Zhuo Xiaonian was letting her imagination run wild, she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo rush in excitedly. The exuberant look on his face made Zhuo Xiaonian feel even more terrified. Nian Nian, cat, I thought of a way to make us better. Zhuo Xiaonian's face turned pale.
What?
What way?
We can
adopt this posture. This way, the spiritual energy can circulate faster and the cultivation will be more efficient. Zhuo Xiaoduo said excitedly. With the help of the incompatible wine, we can almost double the efficiency of cultivation. In this way, we can. Zhuo Xiaonian's beautiful face turned pale, and she begged, Xiaoduo, can we rest for a day? My thigh hurts. Now is the critical moment of war. Xiao, you don't have to feel pain or discomfort. Just bear with it. We need to make progress now. We must practice diligently. Fist never leaves the hand, song never leaves the mouth. As a cultivator, we never shrink from a battle. Cultivate my sword, fight to the ninth heaven, sprinkle my blood, and press forward. We must redouble our efforts. The world is about to be plunged into misery and suffering. We have great responsibilities. How can we be greedy for pleasure and only care about our own safety? Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, only when we improve our cultivation can we help Dad, Mom, Dad, and Grandpa. Only then can we save the world and help the world pass through the catastrophe. Save the people from the fire and water, and save the world from its collapse. Zhuo Xiaonian was about to cry. What you said makes sense, and I admire you for being able to say it so grandly.
But
I've already suffered too much. Let me massage your shoulders. Zhuo Xiaoduo began to fawn on her. Let me massage your thighs. You'll definitely feel better. Let me massage your waist. I guarantee that you'll feel good both physically and mentally. If you really can't do it, I'll help you. Zhuo Xiaonian screamed in panic, don't move. But it was too late. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that Zhuo Xiaonian had recovered under his care, so he began to practice. After a long time, practicing was too tiring. Zhuo Xiaonian was sweating profusely on Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. She murmured, I can't do it anymore. I want to sleep. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still not satisfied. He said slowly, Nian Mao, there's something I forgot to tell you. When I went out just now, I used the earth vein in the space to make a hot spring with the heart of the scorching sun. I've already brought the hot spring water from the ground to our yard. Now that I think it's inappropriate, I decided to bring it to our bedroom. As long as the floor is uncovered, a huge hot spring will immediately appear. We're so tired after practicing, so we can take a bath to relieve our fatigue and activate our blood vessels. After you're done, you can use the Moon Sutra to write a letter. Everything will be done conveniently, and there won't be any other effects. Zhuo Xiaoduo spoke as if it was true, full of enthusiasm. This way, no matter how tired you are, you'll be relieved. You won't have to complain about being tired every day. How about that? I'm being considerate. Zhuo Xiaonian murmured. But I just want to sleep. I don't want to think about anything else. It's okay. You sleep. I'll naturally take you to the hot spring. As Zhuo Xiaoduo spoke, he waved his left hand. The floor of the bedroom rose at once. Indeed, there was steam below, and a clear hot spring was revealed. Zhuo Xiaoduo carried Zhuo Xiaonian, who was exhausted from practicing. He gently floated up and quietly landed in the hot spring. This newly formed hot spring had the hidden power of space. It didn't look big, but when Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian really entered it, they felt as if they had fallen into a big lake. The two of them only occupied less than 1% of the space. There was a poem that went, in the cold spring, under the bed, the hot spring water was smooth and creamy. Xiaoduo was weak and powerless when he was helped up, when he received a new favor. This famous line that had been passed down for thousands of years was written at this moment, this place, this feeling, this scene. So, in such a good environment, how could they face the world if they didn't practice?
So,
after taking a bath in the hot spring, Zhuo Xiaonian directly fainted. Her only thought was that she was several times more tired than before taking a bath in the hot spring, After practicing, Zhuo was still holding Zhuo, paying close attention to the changes in the temperature of the hot spring. At this moment, when they were practicing, both of them didn't control the overflow of their spiritual power. Zhuo's yang attribute power was constantly emitted, and Zhuo cold moon qi was automatically emitted. Two forces, one cold and one hot, poured into the hot spring at the same time. A few feet to the left of the two of them, there was a mysterious scene of ice and boiling in the next moment. It's still not in place. Zhuo's words were full of regret. It should be like what the fire witch said. There is no change in the temperature of the water, which is the real convergence of yin and yang, ice and fire. Although there are signs of this now, there is still a long way to go to that point. There is still a long way to go. I still need to continue to work hard and work tirelessly. I should work hard and never stop. For the sake of the world, I should practice harder. Holding Zhuo's soft body, Zhuo made a long-term plan to work harder in the future. After the two of them prepared to practice for this period of time, Zhuo distributed the spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs that could increase cultivation to Li Chenglong and the others equally. In addition to the new cultivation resources, Zhuo also received a large number of IOUs. The cultivation bases of Li Chenglong and the others were also rapidly increasing by leaps and bounds every day. Among them, Li Chenglong, who originally had the highest cultivation and was also making the fastest progress, had already reached the pinnacle of the Dao integration pinnacle stage and was beginning to suppress his true essence cultivation. Although they had signed a large number of IOUs. But what was that? No one cared at all. It was just a few pieces of paper and a few words. How big of a deal was that? It was not worth mentioning at all. Besides, signing IOUs to Zhuo had long become a habit. If they owed him, then so be it. They did not know if there would be a day when they would be able to clear their debts. Everyone was very open-minded about this and didn't even have a knot in their hearts. It seemed like Zhuo was the only one who took it seriously and talked about it all year round. Every time the others were about to do it, they would write an IOU skillfully and then put their fingerprints on it like flowing water. Finally, they would say with a nonchalant look, "Take it." Then they would all be able to do it. What was the value of such an IOU? What was there to it? Zhuo recorded the process of everyone writing IOUs with his mobile phone. He also recorded the IOUs very clearly. After he finished writing, he also collected the IOUs very carefully. He kept the IOUs very carefully in a sparkling and translucent jade box. This kind of jade box was said to be able to stay in the world for hundreds of millions of years. The items inside could also be preserved for the same amount of time. Therefore, this kind of jade box itself was an unworldly dream item. However, it was used to store IOUs. Li Chenglong beat his chest and stamped his feet when he saw this. He repeatedly complained that Zhuo was recklessly wasting God's gift. However, Zhuo stubbornly insisted on doing so. Young lads, do you think IOUs are so easy to sign? I'm telling you, oh no. I'm definitely not telling you. I'm going to keep these IOUs until the end of time. You think that I'm wasting things by using a jade box? I don't think it's safe enough. My estimate is that even if the universe is destroyed, these IOUs must not be destroyed. On this side, they were practicing hard in the Tower of Annihilation. They were working tirelessly, as if they were fighting for their lives. On the other side, the various armies were constantly gathering. Then, Zhuo began to make arrangements personally. Where would this army be? Where would that army be? As the Dao League did not arrange for the heroic Soul Pass, there was no restricted airspace. There was no way to attack or defend a fortress at all. This indirectly increased the difficulty of the battle. For this reason, other than the flood which the other 11 of the 12 great shamans were constantly cursing, their complaints and curses pierced through the sky. You can't do anything right, but you're good at ruining things. Why can't you do it? You can't leave anything behind. How many years have they been behaving like this? Don't insult beasts. Beasts are very powerful. It's fine if they only harm themselves. Why do they have to implicate others? Under the leadership of the 7 elders, the Tao League's people did not say a word. They lowered their heads and worked hard. Each of them swore in their hearts that even if they had to give it their all in this battle, they had to make it look good. To be looked down upon like this was a disgrace for life. Are the self-destructing demon slayers ready? Daoist Thunder's face was frosty. Ready. How many are prepared? 22,000 people. Is there anyone who is unwilling? No. Are you sure? I'm sure. Don't worry, elders. This time, our Tao League will definitely not be a burden. No matter what, we can't be looked down upon in the future. This time, the fate of the Tao Alliance lies in this very moment. The patriarchs are nowhere to be found, and I won't talk about how to deal with the aftermath. In any case, let's all do our best in this battle.
Don't feel guilty about it.
Yes. Remember, when the time comes, listen to the minister's orders. Do not overtly obey. Yes. Time passed slowly. Zhuo Zhonglu had divided the 350,000 experts into 3 groups. He had arranged all of them to stay in the void. None of them had been placed on the ground. The reason for this arrangement was that when the 2 continents collided, the ambushes on the ground would not be able to launch an attack. This was something that no expert or powerhouse could avoid. Time passed little by little. There was still 1 day and 3 hours left in the countdown. All the preparations had been done. Then it was time to check and confirm. The Poisonous, Witch and Zhu Yan stood side by side. Their task was the most important in this battle. They needed to make the poison fog that they had arranged explode and spread out within a radius of 10,000 miles as soon as the Demon Clan's continent arrived. For this reason, the 2 of them were constantly busy, hiding all kinds of poisons in various detonation points in the void. They tried their best to arrange as many as they could, and tried their best to cause as much damage as possible. The Flood Witch and Zhuo Chonglu were invisible in the void. Brother Zhuo, what should we do after the first wave of attacks?
Retreat or...
The Flood Witch admitted. Of course, my lethality is stronger than Zhuo Chonglu's when it comes to individual combat. But I'm still far behind him in terms of on-the-spot command. Therefore, this time, the Great Flood Shaman had placed himself in the position of being commanded. I'll attack wherever you point. I'll listen to you. Brother Hong, I'm thinking. After the first wave of attacks, the demon ancestor will certainly be furious and personally take action. So, we'd better act separately. One of us will use the highest battle power to kill and form a target. We'll take the opportunity to lure the demon ancestor away and let him chase after us. The other person will lead the rest of the high-level experts. We don't need too many, just a dozen. The most powerful experts. When the demon ancestor chases after us, we'll tear through space and directly kill our way into the demon clan's territory. We'll do our best to kill for 2 minutes. Zhuo Chonglu said in a deep voice. The Flood Witch was puzzled. Why only 2 minutes? 2 minutes is already the limit. Those who sneak in and fight are always fighting in a foreign place, so they only have the advantage of surprise attacks. You don't know if there are other superclass experts in the Demon Clan's territory. Maintaining the limit of 2 minutes and maintaining the strength to escape is already a great challenge. Besides, even if we're slow to react, the other experts of the Demon Clan will quickly surround us and form an encirclement. If we don't take this time, I'm afraid we'll be intercepted and killed in the Demon Clan's territory. Zhuo Chonglu said.
Well,
in this case, who will lure the demon ancestor away? The Flood Witch said, the one who attracts the demon ancestor's attention is the most dangerous one. How about I do it? Zhuo Chonglu said lightly. No, I have to lure the demon ancestor away. You go and kill everyone. Your moves are more suitable for this kind of situation than mine. It's too risky. If I do it, I have the confidence to retreat safely. At most, I'll lose a doppelganger. But if it's you, it's okay. If we work together, our combined strength is only stronger than yours. Besides, our purpose is to lure the demon ancestor away from the Demon Clan's territory. We'll only fight and run. We won't fight the demon ancestor head-on. We can hide our whereabouts at any time. There shouldn't be any problems. The flood witch was silent.
Haha.
Zhuo Changlu stretched out his hand and handed a pile of small pieces to the flood witch. This is heaven-mending stone. Zhuo Changlu said, this is prepared by Xiao Duo. He asked me to give it to you. You and the 11 brothers, 1 piece each. At the critical moment, it can restore all injuries and cultivation in an instant. Although it can only be used once, it can only be used in an instant. It's very precious. In fact, if this thing is used on other people, it can be restored many times. But at our level, our cultivation is already too high, and the energy required for recovery is too much. This kind of piece can only be used once. When it comes to the second time, it can only restore 60% to 70% of cultivation at most. Basically, the energy in it will be used up. The flood witch's heart warmed. This is too precious. Hey, this is a gift from your godson.
Why? You don't want it.
If you don't want it, give it back to me. It's never too much to have such a life-saving thing.
Who said, I don't want it?
The flood witch grinned and said to Zhuo Changlu, this is the first time in my life that my son is filial to me. This feeling is a bit subtle. It's different to have children. Zhuo Changlu narrowed his eyes. It's indeed different. The flood witch was very honest. You just said, could it be that the Hong family of the Umno Alliance is not your descendant? Zhuo Changlu was immediately shocked and asked. The flood witch rolled her eyes and said, I don't have any descendant. It's the descendant of my cousin's family, just using my name. Of course, in their minds, they have already been adopted by me. They are no different from my descendant. That's all.
I see.
I was wondering why your Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer didn't have a descendant in the Hong family of the Umno Alliance. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. The flood witch rubbed the sky-mending stone in her hand and smiled faintly. It's enough to have Xiao Duo. Then, she asked, did you give this thing to the Dao Alliance?
Yes.
7 pieces. Zhuo Changlu sighed. My wife almost beat me to death just for the 7 pieces that I gave out. In fact, how can I not understand the principle of, if you help me, you will hate me when you help me?
He.
The flood witch laughed gloatingly. Both of them were clear that the effect of wearing such a good item on the body of a top combatant was thousands of times better than wearing it on the body of an ordinary person. The 7 swords of the Dao Alliance were definitely qualified. No matter how much she disliked them in the past, now, the big picture was more important. It was indeed something that should be given. As for Zhuo Changlu being scolded by his wife after he gave it to her, that was Zhuo Changlu's problem. In fact, even if Wu Yuding took it herself, she might not necessarily not give it to the Dao Alliance. However, it was natural for women to vent their anger on their husbands since ancient times, therefore, it was natural for Zhuo Changlu to be scolded. There was no need for any reason. Would she not scold you if you didn't do anything? Zhuo Changlu expressed that he didn't think it would be so perfect. Counting down, there are still about 8 hours left, right? The starry sky is still calm. There really are no signs. The heavenly axiom's layout is really wonderful. Wait quietly. Be ready to fight at any time. Finally, at midnight of this day, between heaven and earth, everything returned to darkness. No one knew where the hurricane came from, but it started to blow fiercely. Between heaven and earth, the thick fog was so thick that it formed a substance, blocking everyone's vision. They couldn't even see their fingers in front of their faces. At this moment, the heavenly axiom became more and more chaotic, amidst a vast expanse of black fog, above a boundless sea of wind and clouds. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared. That's all for today. Chapter 1287. The thing that appeared suddenly was huge and boundless. As soon as it appeared in the sky, it covered the entire world. It was mixed with an oppressive aura that seemed to have the power to destroy the world. As soon as it appeared, it descended at an indescribable speed. It rushed toward the stormy seaside and the plague seaside. In an instant, an extremely gloomy and terrifying demonic aura shrouded the entire space. It was coming. Everyone who had foreseen it immediately tensed up. It was indeed a huge monster, and it was coming menacingly. They originally thought that the scale of the ambush with 350,000 people was already boundless. However, in the face of such a huge monster, they suddenly realized that 350,000 people were nothing at all. It was just a grain in the ocean. This is the only chance to ambush the demon ancestor. At this time, the world is dark, and the secrets of heaven are mixed up. Spiritual sense is completely useless. This is the only chance. Everyone, get ready. In another direction, Zhuo and the other 15 people gathered at the entrance of the space-destroying pagoda. Are you sure? You can break through when you go out, right? You guys? Zhuo asked softly. We've suppressed it to the limit. We can break through when we go out. We must break through, Li Chenglong said. There's no heavenly axiom in the space-destroying pagoda. I'm about to explode. If there was a heavenly axiom, I would have broken through long ago. Long Yuxing said. What a coincidence. We both feel the same, Zhuo and Zhuo said at the same time. Everyone was speechless. You two too? We hate to hear this sentence the most. How is it a coincidence? We've only suppressed it 15 or 16 times, 18 or 19 times, and at most 20 times. We've reached the limit, but what about you two? You've suppressed your vital essence countless times. You're much stronger than us, boss. Boss now. We're just breaking through together, and you still want to say that it's a coincidence? Where's your shame? However, not only did they dare to be angry, but they also began to flatter. Boss is wise and mighty. Sister-in-law is a genius. We are far from being able to compare. It is our honor to be able to break through with the two of you, our opportunity. Boss and sister-in-law are truly an earth-shattering couple, a match made in heaven. Boss and sister-in-law are my lifelong idols. I will always chase after them. Boss and sister-in-law. In short, it was a wave of flattery. This was something that could not be avoided. After all, the IOUs had piled up into a mountain. Even if they didn't take it seriously, it would still be embarrassing if people kept mentioning it. In fact, given the cultivation progress of Li Chenglong and the others, it was absolutely impossible for them to break through to the primordial chaos realm at this time, even if one day was equivalent to 1 year or more. However, Zhuo shared all the treasures he received from his wedding with everyone, eating them like they were eating fruits. Several treasures a day, piling them up without caring about the consumption. In addition, everyone was really diligent and cultivated desperately. They fought with real swords and spears, learning from each other and verifying each other. It would be strange if their cultivation progress was not fast. It was more than reaching the sky in a single step, it was simply reaching the sky one day at a time. After digesting all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, his cultivation base had reached a certain peak. Zhuo would then personally spar with the others. Deep in his bones, he would use all his strength to give them a good beating. This helped everyone digest the spiritual power to the greatest extent, so that their combat strength could keep up with the rapid growth of their spiritual power. With so many methods intertwined, today's collective breakthrough was achieved. Speaking of which, Zhuo and his wife ate very little of the heavenly treasures that they received as gifts during the wedding. They almost didn't eat anything at all. The reason was naturally that he was afraid that there would not be enough for everyone to eat. Of course, everyone felt that they owed him. This was one of the reasons. Another more important reason was that previously, Long Yuxing had contradicted Zhuo, and he was chased by Zhuo for the debt. Why wouldn't you give it to him? You owe so much, and you want to deal with it for the rest of your life by saying that you will repay it in this life? Do you have any shame? Zhuo's words were like knives, and his tongue was as sharp as swords, forcing Long Yuxing to almost hand over Wanli Xiao to pay the debt. The lesson of the past was still vivid in his mind. Now, naturally, he would do whatever was said. Even if you said you were a god, we would still shout, Boss Zhuo, that's a god, our god. If he said that the sun was actually a booger that he picked out from his nose, they would also raise their arms and shout, Zhuo picked out a sun from his nose. Oh, it was really too awesome. Well, then listen to my command in a while. As soon as I give the order, we will rush out together and rush into the demon continent to transcend the tribulation. Li Chenglong said. Don't worry, we will suppress it to the maximum. This is not one of the two most important heavenly tribulations, so we will definitely pass through it safely. As long as we pass through it, Zhuo will put us into the space-exterminating pagoda and immediately turn around to escape. There will be no difficulty, no risk, and no accidents at all. Everyone, don't blindly think too highly of yourself. Even if our cultivation has broken through to the primordial chaos, compared to the seniors, we are still far behind in terms of cultivation, experience, and cultivation.
So,
we must not be obsessed with fighting. Understood, understood. From the beginning to the end, we must keep moving as a whole. Don't give the enemy a chance to attack us one by one. Well, I'm mainly talking about the 13 of us. So a sister-in-law is separated from us. Understood.
don't just say it clearly.
Everyone get ready. Understood. While everyone held their breaths in anticipation, all of a sudden, it was as if the sky had suddenly collapsed. As the saying went, the sky had collapsed, but it seemed to be just like this. In the blink of an eye, a huge corner of the demon continent, which was tens of thousands of kilometers wide, fiercely crashed over with an irresistible force. Demonic flames soared into the sky, unparalleled in the world. At this moment, a voice roared, "Protect our continent." Then, the earth and mountains shook, and heaven and earth collapsed. Truly, the earth and mountains shook, and heaven and earth collapsed. On the ground, the entire plague coastline on the Dao League's side was actually forcefully flying up. Daoist thunder and the other 7 swords of the Dao League were livid, and the fury in their eyes almost burned the entire sky. It was undeniable that there was also extreme fear and irreconcilable hatred in their hearts. Because the return of the demon race, this time wasn't like the return of the Dao League and the Umno Alliance at all. When the Dao League and the Umno Alliance returned, they used a relatively stable side with the fundamental goal of achieving integration. They even gathered all the peak expert strength on their side to ensure that their own continents wouldn't be damaged, and at the same time, to the greatest extent, they also protected the opposite continent to the greatest extent. Because this was the place where they would live and fight in the future. As long as the transition was smooth, the opposite continent would also be their own people. But when the demon race returned this time, they completely didn't consider the opposite continent. They completely didn't consider the problem of how the creatures living on the opposite continent would deal with such a violent collision. All their actions were only concerned about the safety of the demon race's continent. Even more so, they even had a thought: use this extremely violent collision to kill half of the humans on the opposite continent before anything else. This was probably their mentality. You're insane. What a lunatic. Daoist Thunder's lips trembled, and he was extremely furious. Inhumane. He was insane. What right does the demon ancestor have to be listed as a peak expert? Myths and legends? These are clearly inhumane things. The demon race has always been inhumane. If the demon race had humanity, how could they be called demon race? Zhuo Chonglu said mockingly, "They are demons, not humans." As the saying goes, those who are not of our race must have a different heart. Do you think it's just a saying? You actually still expect them to have compassion. I have to say, the extent of your childishness really surprises me. Balls of demon light shot up into the sky, accompanied by countless earth-shattering roars. Obviously, the demons in front were all trying their best to activate their maximum strength, desperately protecting the continent under their feet from being shaken and damaged. The cross-section of no less than tens of thousands of miles ahead was filled with this kind of sound. From the appearance of the demon race's continent, to the fall, to the collision with the Dao League's continent, it took no more than 10 seconds. The demon chi in front of them was rampant and overflowing. The sky shook, and the earth shook. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the mountains within sight shook and collapsed. Countless volcanoes erupted and shot up into the sky with a rumble. In the entire Dao League's continent, Not a single building that was more than 10 meters tall was left intact. On the ground, a bottomless crack that was hundreds of feet wide and hundreds of feet wide appeared. The Dowleague's continent was filled with wails and cries. It was a real bloodbath. Countless people who were avoiding the tremors on the flat ground were sent flying due to the violent tremors of the earth. They crashed into the hard objects or buildings beside them, their brains splattering everywhere. It was the real end of the world, a calamity for the human world. Zhuo Changlu silently counted the time. 3, 2, 1. The first batch.
Attack.
A resounding boom rang out, and the 120,000 people who had been prepared in advance raised their cultivation bases to their very limits in unison. At the same time, they converged all of their energy into a single point before attacking the devilish army in a frenzy in their own military formations. Zhuo Changlu's calculated landing point was 1,000 meters in front of the Plague Coast. At the same time, the steaming poisonous fog erupted from the void and spread rapidly. Two air masses, one black and one gray, swept back and forth wildly on the demon race's continent like a hurricane. Then, the second wave of attacks poured down on the demon race's continent continuously. The third wave followed closely behind. Huge spatial rifts cracked open in the sky above the demon race's continent. In an instant, the demon race's continent was also doomsday. Enemy attack. A fierce roar sounded, mixed with indescribable pain. A figure suddenly appeared in midair. He was 10,000 feet tall, and his eyes opened and closed like lightning. He was teleporting over from the other side of the demon race's continent. In a flash, the horn rumbled loudly. In the void, a total of more than 25,000 Dowleague's heavenly year experts silently and rapidly surged into the demon race's continent. These people's movements were so decisive, without the slightest hesitation. More than 25,000 people collectively self-destructed, and there seemed to be only one sound. This was the self-destruction of the soul, the self-destruction of the divine sense, and the self-destruction of the true essence. It was the most extreme way of self-destruction. Countless experts of the demon clan were directly turned into fine powder in this self-detonation and became dust in the sky. The three demon primes suffered a great backlash because they protected the demon race's continent from attacking the other three continents. Their own demon primes were greatly depleted, and their combat power was greatly reduced. They couldn't withstand the three waves of attacks and were severely injured. Then, they were affected by the self-destruction, and they didn't even have time to resist for a moment. Their bodies and bones were smashed, and their souls dissipated. They died just like that. The power of this shocking explosion was so great that almost half of the demon ancestor's huge shadow in midair was annihilated by the impact. Then, he heard an angry roar, "Scoundrel!" The demon ancestor rapidly teleported and came to the front position. He saw a vast saber light that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was hundreds of thousands of meters long, and it slashed along the coastline like it was cutting wheat. Tens of thousands of demons who had just rushed up were all swallowed by the abundant saber aura. A large amount of blood soared into the sky. The so-called blood flowing like a river wasn't enough to describe the spectacular scene at this moment. Of course, the blood should flow like a waterfall, dyeing the mountains and rivers red. One saber and 100,000 demons died a violent death. The Sky Patrol Throne. The Sky Patrol Saber. The enemy in the dark revealed himself. He was also 10,000 meters tall and extremely huge. As the saber light flashed, he brazenly slashed down with his saber. Clang! A ray of black light suddenly appeared. Zhuo Changlu reacted quickly. He quickly blocked with his saber and blocked it head-on. In terms of moves alone, Zhuo Changlu didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. However, the moment the enemy's weapon came into contact with the Sky Patrol Saber, Zhuo Changlu felt his body tremble. He knew that something was wrong and immediately moved to the side. However, the God-slaying spear pierced through the Sky Patrol Saber without any resistance. Zhuo Changlu flew up, poof. The moment the tip of the spear flashed, it had already pierced Zhuo Changlu's right chest. The speed of the spear was as if there was no process at all. Zhua Chonglu's body swayed, but he didn't panic. The penetrated Sky Patrol saber instantly turned into countless fragments that struck the god-slaying spear and counterattacked the fiend ancestor. Following that, his body retreated. In a flash, he had already moved 10,000 feet away. It was the divine essence escape technique again. However, Zhua Chonglu's right chest had an additional hole from front to back. The fiend ancestor attacked. With one strike from the god-slaying spear, the Sky Patrol throne was severely injured. Such power was simply enough to make one feel despair. Wu Yuting appeared in a flash. Her long sword instantly turned into a mountain of swords. It left her hand and confronted the god-slaying spear. As the god-slaying spear trembled, the mountain of swords that Wu Yuting's long sword turned into crumbled. The long sword itself was also pierced and shattered. However, Wu Yuting had already taken advantage of this gap to hug Zhua Chonglu's waist. The couple worked together and activated the escape technique that they had prepared beforehand. With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. The moment the escape technique was activated, Wu Yuting placed a piece of heaven-mending stone on Zhua Chonglu's chest wound. The fiend ancestor's body swayed, and the god-slaying spear chased after them like an angry dragon. Trying to run? With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. It was easy to tell if an expert was an expert. Although the fiend ancestor and Zhua Chonglu had only fought for a short while, the couple's reaction, response, fighting spirit, and decisiveness were all superior. Even from the fiend ancestor's point of view, they were quite extraordinary. Furthermore, the moment Zhua Chonglu appeared, his bearing and aura made the fiend ancestor immediately believe that this person was the leader of this continent. As long as he could kill these two people, even if he had to pay a certain degree of losses in this battle, it would be worth it. Naturally, he chased closely and was unwilling to give up. As the fiend ancestor chased after Zhua Chonglu and his wife, the flood which appeared in a flash. The left and right heavenly kings led their troops and quickly retreated, rushing to the next line of defense on this side. The flood which led 10 great magi, the 7 swords of the Tao League, the star-plucking emperor, Qin Fiend, Saber Demon, Sword Monarch, and others, they rushed into the Fiend continent and started a massacre. The flood witch's body swayed, and 3 clones appeared for the first time. She used the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer with all her strength, and its mighty power caused the world to collapse. 2 minutes. The non-poisonous Great Magi and Zhu Yan had also rushed into the Fiend continent and released poison everywhere. The poison fog formed into a hurricane that surged in the sky. When the high-level experts of the Fiend continent saw this, they naturally rushed over to fight. A row of blood splattered everywhere, and their eyes were scarlet.
It was a spectacular sight.
And at this moment, another 15 silhouettes rushed into the demon continent, piercing forward like lightning. The flood witch's eyesight was very good. She immediately saw who those 15 people were and couldn't help but curse. Fuck. Who let you come? However, those 15 figures moved after planning. Like loaches, their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they entered the Fiend continent and quickly disappeared. Then, thousands of miles away, tribulation clouds suddenly filled the sky. Many of those dense tribulation clouds showed signs of rapidly moving. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. Then, rumble, a crack. The first wave of 15 heavenly tribulations descended. At this moment, everywhere within thousands of miles of the Fiend continent that was shrouded by tribulation clouds was miserable. It was definitely much worse than the Tao League continent. 15 people rushed into the Fiend continent with heavenly tribulations and heavenly wrath. Once they were intercepted by experts, the tribulation clouds would increase. After all, from the perspective of the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would become more violent with each additional person that rumble. The Fiend continent was shaking everywhere. Countless fiends were blasted into pieces by the heavenly tribulation lightning. There was no way for them to resist. The Sword Sovereign wielded his sword like the wind and fought with a monster from the Fiend continent. This monster looked ugly and had a huge mouth. However, when it waved its hand, purple light flashed like lightning in just a few moves. The sword sovereign was already at a disadvantage. The fiend continent in front of him was one of the 8 fiend lords under the fiend ancestor. Fiend Lord Shangxiang was one of the top experts in the fiend continent. Fiend Lord Shangxiang, who had gained the upper hand, didn't look happy at all. Instead, his heart was burning with anger and sorrow. Just a moment ago, 3 of his brothers had died under the enemy's attack. They had planned it well. Out of the 8 fiend lords, 3 of them had brought their subordinates to protect the continent. This was enough to neutralize the impact of the continent's attack. The others were at the back, ready to reinforce at any time. This was a foolproof plan. Who would have thought that Demon Monarch Duck Duck, Demon Monarch Chui Wei, and Demon Monarch Wang Fox had sacrificed all their cultivation to protect the continent? But they were suddenly attacked and severely injured. Then, a large group of cultivators with high cultivation levels self-destructed. It was the most extreme way to self-destruct, abandoning one's soul and entering the cycle of reincarnation. The 3 fiend lords, together with their 7 fiend gods and 100,000 elite subordinates, were destroyed by this sudden self-destruction. There was no way for them to recover. This wave after wave of attacks was simply unimaginable. The 3 fiend lords, who had been following Lord Luo Ho since the creation of the world, had gone through the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation and the Witch Demon Tribulation without suffering any injuries. Yet, they had all died in such a humiliating way. This was a heavy price that they could not accept no matter what. More importantly, if the 3 fiend lords had died in the hands of powerful cultivators, it would have been fine. However, they had died in the hands of a group of low-level cultivators who were not even stronger than ants. Fiend Lord Shangxiang was furious. He wanted to kill his opponent to vent his anger. He used his sword and saber to release purple light. Even his eyes and mouth were constantly emitting purple light. It was an all-pervasive attack. Sword King was forced to retreat step by step, and he was in danger. In the distance, Zhuo was waving her twin hammers. With the heavenly tribulation above her head, she stomped on the ground. Wherever she passed, there were flashes of lightning and thunder. With a leap, she was thousands of feet away. Then, the heavenly tribulation struck down violently. The demons within thousands of feet were turned into fine powder. Zhuo was the same. She flew and charged around with the heavenly tribulation. Obviously, she wanted to borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill as many demons as possible. Seeing this unforeseen event, none of the demon race masters dared to step forward to stop them. Even the 8 fiend lords and 19 fiend gods did not dare to stop her. After all, as powerful as they were, how could they not know that this group of people was in the state of heavenly tribulation? As long as they entered the range of the heavenly tribulation, they would be regarded as the helpers and be baptized by the heavenly tribulation. They could only stay far away. It was precisely because the 15 of them understood this that they used this special method to run around in the demon territory. Wherever they went, there would be whales and corpses everywhere they went. Awesome. Everyone, pay attention. This is the last heavenly tribulation. Don't rush blindly. Zhuo, who had been paying attention to the number of heavenly tribulation, reminded everyone. Understood. Zhuo held the kitty hammer and rushed to the left side of Zhuo. Then, the couple rushed toward Li Chenglong and the others against the heavenly tribulation. At this time, Li Chenglong and the others had already gathered. This was all part of their plan. They had come here to kill as many demons as they could, not to throw their lives away. Naturally, they had planned ahead and made arrangements for their retreat. As the last heavenly tribulation fell, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was shrouded in white light. As the heavenly tribulation passed, Li Chenglong and the others disappeared in a flash. Even Zhuo moved slightly and disappeared with Li Chenglong and the others. Only Zhuo was left in the field. Zhuo laughed and pointed to the sky with his hammer. I'm already invincible. What are you shouting for? Why aren't you leaving? With a loud roar, the Flood Witch, who had followed them, grabbed Zhuoxiaoduo's belt and swung her arm. Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly turned into a shooting star in the sky.
Fuck off.
Chapter 1288. Zhuoxiaoduo, who was thrown out by the Flood Witch, took advantage of the momentum and disappeared in the direction of the Dao League. The Flood Witch retreated frantically, bringing the experts from the 3 continents with her. Only the Sword King, who had heard the order, was entangled and could not escape. He was at a disadvantage. The demon monarch Shang Xian was more powerful than him, and the purple light attack was even more treacherous. There was no way for him to escape. He had already tried his best. However, the gap between him and an old monster that had lived for thousands of years was too big to make up for. The Sword Monarch was clear in his heart that only the minister would be able to trap and kill a few of these monsters if they were caught off guard. Unfortunately, the ambush just now could not be replicated.
Go!
The sword in the Sword King's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Don't worry about me. His eyes were bloodshot. The Sword King knew his own strategy and did not want to implicate his companions. Furthermore, he saw how powerful the demon monarch Shang Xian was and how treacherous his moves were. He could not help but want to die with his enemy. Since he could not escape, he would take away one of the opponents who was more powerful than him. This battle was worth it. At this moment, a sharp saber light descended from the sky and landed on demon monarch Shang Xian's body. Demon monarch Shang Xian blocked the saber with a purple light and laughed weirdly. Another one. The saber demon descended from the sky. Go! His black robe fluttered in the wind, as if it carried the aura of hell. Uncle's saber spirit. The veins on the Sword King's neck popped out. Go! Don't call me saber spirit. I'm the saber demon. The saber demon laughed maniacally. Today is the day I break through.
Go!
Don't make me miss you so much that I can't break through. If we leave together. If we die together. You risked your life to save me. If I leave just like that, what's the point of surviving? The Sword King knew the saber demon's intention. Why are you wasting time? Do you want both of us to die here? The saber demon was furious. If you don't leave, what's the point of me rushing here?
Go!
If you call me uncle, then don't let me down your master. Saber demon roared with all his might. Countless demon race experts in the surroundings had already charged forward with rage in their eyes. For a moment, Sword Sovereign felt his blood boiling. He completely understood what the Saber Demon meant. Back then, Saber Spirit and Sword Sovereign's master, the Sword Emperor, were of the same generation. It was a long time before the Sword Emperor accepted Sword Sovereign as his disciple. Furthermore, Sword Sovereign's talent was extremely high. He had gradually matured through constant battles. Now, he was not inferior to Saber Spirit. In fact, it even exceeded that. Saber Spirit had said this more than once. Your future is much further than mine. If there's a life or death crisis, don't worry about anything, and just run for your life. In order to achieve a breakthrough, Saber Spirit did not hesitate to use his saber to enter the demonic path and changed his name to Saber Demon. However, it was a pity that there was only one path that he couldn't break through. Now that the Sword Sovereign was in danger, the Saber Demon was risking his life to save him.
It was all because of what he had said back then.
Brat, your future is much greater than mine. A strange laugh came from the other side. Don't even think about leaving. In an instant, the sky darkened. A ball of coldness descended from the sky. It was a monster with a human body and a turtle's head. Its entire body was shining with golden light, illuminating the entire world. However, wherever it passed, the mountains were frozen. A ball of coldness rose from the earth's core and completely froze the ground where the two were standing. It was Demon Lord Jin Ao of the 8 Demon Lords. Sword Sovereign was anxious. Uncle Saber Spirit, are you stupid? Why are you rushing over to save them? Now, both of them can't leave. Saber Demon laughed maniacally. What's the point of living? What's the point of dying? Brat, since you said that you can't leave, then I'll make you leave. Before he finished speaking, Saber Demon's entire body was shining with saber radiance. It was like a flame that shot into the sky and burned. The saber radiance with spiritual power was like petals that were constantly opening in a sea of fire. It was endless. The entire world was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. The saber in Saber Demon's hand seemed to have turned into a fire dragon. His own cultivation had also increased by 3 to 4 times. He only attacked and did not defend. With his own strength, he resisted the 2 demon lords. He even had the upper hand. For a moment, the saber radiance burned like the sun and shot out. Saber Demon's cultivation was slightly weaker than Sword Sovereign's. He could not be compared to either of the 2 demon lords in front of him. However, no one knew what kind of secret technique he had used. In his current strange state, he resisted the 2 demon lords and fought fiercely, without retreating an inch. "Uncle Saber," Sword Sovereign shouted angrily. "You! Stop being so wishy-washy." Saber Demon shouted. "Do you want me to die with regrets?" Sword Sovereign let out a sorrowful cry. He turned into a rainbow sword radiance and rushed out of the encirclement. Saber Demon laughed loudly. "Remember to drink more." Boom, 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 a series of explosions rang out. 4 figures and 8 large hammers charged into the battlefield with might. "Go! Now is not the time to die." The Flood Witch turned around and attacked. Zhua Chenglu had once told the Flood Witch to be careful of Saber Demon. If he was in danger, she must save him. The Flood Witch let out a long roar and rushed into the battle between Saber Demon and Saber Demon. Then, she slapped Saber Demon's body, and Saber Demon rushed out. A rainbow flashed. It was Sword Sovereign who saw the Flood Witch rushing to his rescue. He turned around quickly and pulled Saber Demon back. Saber and Sword joined hands. They turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed out again. Dang! 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 A clear and distinct image of Hell's Gate suddenly appeared in the skies above them. 10,000 ghosts came out. 1,000 souls nightmare hammer. The Flood Witch was like an indomitable demon god. She hammered the 2 demon lords 3,000 times and sent them flying backward with blood spurting out of their mouths. If it were not for the fact that the other demon monarchs were about to arrive, the Flood Witch would have killed the 2 demon monarchs on the spot. However, the other demon lords had already arrived. The Flood Witch had no choice but to give up the tempting idea of killing the 2 demon lords on the spot. After all, the Flood Witch could not win against 4 demon lords with her strength alone. In addition, she had no chance of winning with the surrounding demon soldiers. She also had to be wary of the demon ancestor, who could return at any time. If the demon ancestor returned at this time, the Flood Witch could only die. There was no other possibility. "Grandpa will not accompany you." The Flood Witch laughed loudly. The 8,000 souls nightmare hammers danced crazily at the same time. She brought the 3 doppelgangers to fight the 5 demon lords. Under her full attack, she actually had the upper hand. He forcefully broke through the encirclement. With a wild laugh, he sped away. Wherever he passed, thousands of demon race experts along the way were all turned into dust. A clear path of blood was smashed into a black hole by the Flood Witch. She broke out of the encirclement. The Flood Witch, who could have left, did not leave. Instead, she turned around and stood in the air with her hammer in hand. She pointed at the 5 demon lords and shouted, "You dare to take another step forward? I can leave if I want to. You dare to chase me?" The 5 demon lords stopped at the same time. Their disdainful eyes were like thunder and lightning. For some reason, an unparalleled feeling of invincibility suddenly surged in their hearts. It was as if the big man in front of them had the blue sky above his head and the earth beneath his feet. He was as majestic as a mountain and as dignified as a prison. The Flood Witch stood in the air. She looked around and confirmed that all the experts on her side had retreated. She laughed loudly. The 2 hammers in her hands struck each other. With a boom, a dozen huge spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings. The demon clan is only SOSO. In the end, only a bold laugh was left. The burly figure calmly entered a spatial crack and disappeared. Sword Sovereign and Sabered Demon fled crazily. They were about to leave the Demon Clan's continent and enter the void ahead. Just as they rejoiced that they had narrowly escaped death, they suddenly felt an unprecedented oppressive force. A sharp killing intent came toward them. An indomitable giant appeared thousands of miles ahead. The long spear in the newcomer's hand was raised, and a cold light flashed. Demon Ancestor, God-killing spear. The cold light had penetrated the space. The moment the light flashed, it had already arrived in front of Sword Sovereign's eyes. This was a sneak attack that could not be defended against. The demon ancestor had personally attacked to vent his anger. Run! Saber Demon roared and crashed into Sword Sovereign with all his might, knocking him away. However, when he was about to dodge, he suddenly froze and stopped on the spot. Thud! The god-killing spear that ignored the endless space had pierced deeply into Sword Sovereign's forehead and went straight into his brain. It entered his forehead and came out from the back of his head. Uncle Saber Sword Sovereign's eyes widened as he rushed over with all his might. It's a pity that I didn't break through. A smile appeared on the blade demon's face. Mustering the last of his strength, he suddenly raised both of his hands and grabbed onto the god-slaying spear shaft. Using all of his energy, he locked onto the god-slaying spear and shouted, "Go!" The loud shout shook the void. Saber Demon's chest was petrified and turned into ashes. Tell the minister, I have no regrets in this life. I will fight again in my next life. Starlight suddenly gathered. Saber Demon's entire body exploded. He had used the last of his strength to self-destruct. Just like the many people who had sacrificed themselves before, it was a self-destruction of their souls. A self-destruction that merged with everything. An extremely violent and terrifying power shook the void. White light flashed. It was Saber Demon's saber. It turned into a stream of light, carrying Saber Demon's last hope of consciousness, and directly crashed into Sword Sovereign's body. Sword Sovereign let out a sorrowful cry and grabbed Saber Demon's saber. He roared in pain and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. Saber Demon threw out his saber at the last moment and escaped with Sword Sovereign. He knew that this silly kid wouldn't leave. However, if he threw out his saber, knowing that it was hopeless, this kid would desperately escape in order to protect his saber. Otherwise, this silly kid would probably die with him. He had calculated everything. He had also done everything. There was a loud explosion and the void exploded. Saber Demon disappeared between heaven and earth. In the sky, an inexplicable energy formed in the void, and it actually turned into a long saber of spiritual energy. It whistled and rushed towards Demon Ancestor. Saber Demon died, but his heavenly Tao providence didn't dissipate. It turned into a final saber. He would rather die than exchange blows with this legendary god-fiend. Demon Ancestor clasped his hands together. With a boom, the saber of providence exploded. However, a piece of the demonic Tao providence on Demon Ancestor's body was taken away. Although it was just a small and insignificant piece. A heroic voice laughed. I didn't lose out. Demon Ancestor's expression was solemn as he looked at the shattered saber demon providence in front of him. He didn't even give me a chance to start over, just to exchange blows. He released his fingers, and the last wisp of providence transformed into an illusory saber. It dissipated in the air, revealing Saber Demon's final gaze. Resolute. Sharp. With pride. It was as though the person whose body and soul had been destroyed was still sneering at Demon Ancestor. Even if I die, I'll still slash you. The air trembled and turned into nothingness. Chapter 1289. In the void, the god-slaying spear buzzed and trembled. The tip of the spear flickered with a cold light. It wanted to chase after the Sword Sovereign, but the impact of the Saber Demon's self-destruction made the spear tremble. It couldn't fly out instantly and let out a furious roar. The fiend ancestor flashed over and held the spear with one hand. He looked into the distance. dying for a friend, unparalleled loyalty. Fulfill his wish for once. He left with the spear. He chased after Zhuo Chenglu all the way, but didn't manage to catch up. When he returned, he encountered the Sword Sovereign and the Saber Demon. The Sword Sovereign, who was supposed to be in front, was killed by the Saber Demon. The Saber Demon's calamity of certain death couldn't be changed. Although Zhuo Chenglu had already told the Flood Witch to save the Saber Demon once, it was hard to go against fate. He couldn't save the Saber Demon a second time. The battle of the century only lasted for a few minutes. However, the intensity of the battle was the worst in history. 3 of the 8 demon sovereigns under the fiend ancestor died on the spot. 7 of the 19 demon gods died. More than 10 million demons died in the battle. Behind them, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others used the heavenly tribulation to destroy a total of 25 cities. In addition to the poison that was still spreading, the casualties of the demon race exceeded hundreds of millions. The moment the demon race returned, they welcomed a head-on attack. To the Tao League's astral souls and the Umno Alliance, this was an infinitely glorious victory. The Saber Demon died in battle. Lei Chongtian fought a demon sovereign and was severely injured. Shimen Lai and Beigong Hao were pursued by the demon sovereigns while retreating. They escaped with heavy injuries and luckily survived. The price was that they used the Skymending Stone. The Tao League's Taoist Yun was severely injured by 2 demon sovereigns and was almost killed. He was rescued by Taoist Lei and the others. The 25,000 Tao League disciples all died. They risked their lives to establish the cornerstone of this victory. Other than that, the 3 continents didn't suffer any losses. Recuperate. Check your combat strength and prepare to attack. Recuperate. Check your combat strength and prepare to defend with all your might. Both sides gave similar orders at the same time. Next, it would be a real battle. Fiend Ancestor Rahu's 100,000-foot golden body was currently presiding over the Plague Coast. It seemed to have the power to suppress everything. Demonic flames soared into the sky, dispersing all the dark clouds in the sky. Only demonic qi permeated the land. The demon army began to move out of the demon continent and quickly set foot on the Tao League continent. The 2 continents were constantly squeezing, colliding, and merging. The next 3 days were the calm before the storm. At the Tao League side, the top forces of the 3 continents flooded in one after another. The Tao League had also urgently mobilized all their forces, be it the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd lines, to gather here. There were also countless people who were risking their lives to modify the heroic Soul Mountain Pass, or to reconstruct and strengthen it. This time, the demon army's target was the Tao League continent. If they didn't work hard and fight for their lives, they wouldn't have a chance. In this short period of tacit recuperation, neither side made any other moves. However, everyone knew that a war of survival and destruction had already begun. Once the war started, it would only end when one side was completely annihilated. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others didn't idle around these few days. Other than continuing to cultivate diligently, they constantly surveyed the entire battlefield, looking for places that could be used. Between all the fortresses, between the mountains, and between the dense forests, they basically ran through every place. In such a huge battle, it was a matter of national annihilation. The strength of an individual might seem insignificant, but it wasn't necessarily useless. It was necessary to be familiar with the terrain of the upcoming battle. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were currently working in this area. Zhuo Xiaoduo's control of the Space Exterminating Tower was getting better and better. With the Space Exterminating Tower in hand, as long as they didn't bump into the Demon Ancestor, the other demon army wouldn't be a problem. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they could always escape. The demon army was guarding above the Plague Coast, so the chances of them being seen by him were very slim. On the other side, Zhuo Chenglu and his wife, who had contributed greatly in this battle and attracted most of the demon ancestors' attention, didn't look very good. Zhuo Chenglu and his wife had already tried to overestimate the demon ancestors' cultivation and combat strength. However, when they really fought, they realized that they had still underestimated him. If they didn't have the heaven-mending stone in hand, and if they didn't work together and plan beforehand, they were afraid that it would be unimaginable. Zhuo whose Sky Patrol blade was destroyed as soon as they met, was pierced through by the demon ancestor's spear. However, his right chest had been pierced by the god-slaying spear. Even though he had managed to escape from the hands of the fiend ancestor in the end, he still had lingering fears. Especially Wu Yuding, whose face was still very ugly after 2 consecutive days. Before that day, if someone had told Wu Yuding that Zhuo Chonglu's cultivation, defense, and the power of the Sky Patrol blade were all combined, they wouldn't have been able to withstand a blow from the demon ancestor's spear. In fact, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Wu Yuding definitely wouldn't have believed it. This was the biggest absurdity in the world, something that was beyond the knowledge of everyone in this world. However, the demon ancestor and the demon ancestor's god-exterminating spear did it, seemingly effortlessly. At the moment when Zhuo Chonglu was suddenly injured, Wu Yuding's vision turned black. She felt as if the sky had collapsed. When she thought about how the two of them had used up 2 pieces of the heaven-mending stone in the process of escaping, only then did Zhuo Chonglu's injuries heal. Her heart was pounding even harder. In fact, the penetrating wound on the right side of his chest seemed serious. In fact, he didn't even need to use half a piece of the heaven-mending stone. He only needed to recuperate for 10 days to half a month, and Zhuo Chonglu would be able to heal on his own and restore his physical body. However, to completely remove the murderous aura from the god-exterminating spear, he had used up more than half of the heaven-mending stone's energy. This was what made people terrified and uneasy. Looking at her husband, who had always been invincible and unbeatable for tens of thousands of years, suddenly being injured, Wu Yuding's panic was indescribable. It was one thing for Zhuo Chonglu and his wife to work together to escape and achieve a strategic victory. However, it was another thing for the Sky Patrol blade to be crippled directly. It should be known that even when facing the Flood Witch's sledgehammer, the Sky Patrol Imperial Messenger's Sky Patrol blade had never been damaged. From this, it could be inferred that not only was the demon ancestor stronger than the Flood Witch and Zhuo Chonglu, but he was also stronger by more than 1 or 2 levels. Otherwise, how could this be? Thinking about the demon ancestor Luo Ho, the higher-ups of the 3 continents were collectively shocked and speechless. The joy from the successful surprise attack and the annihilation of a large number of powerful demon experts had long disappeared. Then, the Sword King returned in a daze and brought back the news of the Knife Demon's death. Everyone was collectively speechless. Everyone knew that grief was useless. However, they still couldn't avoid that kind of extreme grief. 10,000 years of hard work had been destroyed in a day. I have no regrets in this life. I will fight again in the next life. The Knife Demon's last words made everyone's eyes turn red. It was obviously such a perfect surprise attack, but they had to pay such a heavy price. More than 5 of the higher-ups were seriously injured, and 1 of them had died. Such a difference in combat strength made everyone dumbfounded and unable to believe it. However, through this battle, everyone had a more intuitive understanding of the strength of the demon race. In the Alliance Army's camp, the flag of the Knife Demon fluttered in the wind, and the white flags of the Dao League covered the sky and the earth. The 3 continents sent off the 25,000 martyrs of the Dao League and the Knife Demon. The long saber embroidered on the flag was still flying in the air, as if the Knife Demon was still fighting with his life, still slashing the void with his saber. The results of this battle have more or less been tallied up, said Yi Futian. Zhuo Chonglu sat at one side of the conference table, opposite the Flood Witch. Disciples of the Dao Alliance, this time. Even though we were the ones who made the first mistake and committed a grave sin, the self-detonation of 25,000 of our brave men dealt a heavy blow to the demons and established the cornerstone for this war. We will forever remember your kindness. Zhuo Chonglu said, the generosity of the heroes is admirable. If we can win in the future, the reputation of the heroes should not be buried. Everyone in the Dao League must keep the list of heroes, and the incense will last forever, and the 3 continents will respect it. It's only right. Daoist Thunder's expression was serious. The heroic sacrifice of the knife demon in this battle has made us more aware of the demon ancestor's power. His contribution is great, and the descendants of Brother Knife will be treated the same as the descendants of Wang Feihong. Good. Although this can be said to be a great victory, the problems exposed are shocking. Zhuo Chenglu said, "First of all, the strength of the demon ancestor, as expected of a top innate expert. In today's world, no one can defeat him. This will be the first and greatest difficulty in the upcoming battle." Daoist Yun said hesitantly, "If we use a siege strategy, will it work?" The flood which shook her head, Brothers' was spear heavily injured him, and the knife demon's soul was destroyed in one strike. This has proven the power of the demon ancestor, especially the god-slaying spear, as expected of the number one killing weapon since ancient times. If the demon ancestor did not have the god-slaying spear, even if his power was 30% stronger, we could still use the siege strategy to try and destroy him. Although it's not optimistic, and we would definitely suffer heavy losses. But with the god-slaying spear in hand, the demon ancestor is an unbeatable existence. Yes, with the god-slaying spear in hand, the demon ancestor is not afraid of a siege. Zhuo Chenglu sighed. His speed is too fast, so fast that it's almost impossible to stop him. Even if we can stop him in time, we can't stop the extreme sharpness of the god-slaying spear. The siege strategy is just to give him a chance to defeat us one by one. Zhuo Zhonglu could be said to be deeply aware of this point. Even without the god-slaying spear, the demon ancestor was still at an invincible level in this world. However, the flood which was right, they could still use the siege strategy to destroy him. But with the god-slaying spear, the so-called siege strategy was a joke. It was the same for one person, and it was the same for 100 people. At most, it was the difference of one breath's time and one breath's time. And this reality could be said to have made them despair. Daoist Lei said with a glimmer of hope, if the demon ancestor doesn't have the god-slaying spear, or if he doesn't use the god-slaying spear, and the minister and Brother Flood join forces. I have to admit, in the past, I overestimated myself, or I underestimated the legendary Almighty of this world. Take the demon ancestor, for example. Even without the god-slaying spear in his hand, the Flood Witch and I are still not his match. Zhuo Chenglu shook his head without thinking. The Flood Witch nodded slightly, agreeing with Zhuo Chenglu's judgment. The best situation is for Flood to attack directly and borrow the power of the twin hammers to resist the demon ancestor. Ting Er and I will support from the side. If this strategy works, we can deal with him for 1,000 moves. After 1,000 moves, the three of us will definitely die, or not even 1,000 moves. Because in this 1,000 moves, every moment is a matter of life and death, and it can collapse at any time. If any side makes the slightest mistake, it will lead to the collapse of the united front. If one person dies, the three of us will die together, and there will be no luck. Zhuo Chenglu said solemnly, and the best result is if the demon ancestor doesn't use the god-slaying spear. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If the demon ancestor was so terrifying, how could they fight? The demon ancestor is temporarily unsolvable. Let's put it aside. Zhuo Chenglu sighed and said, we'll talk about it when we really need to face him. In this surprise attack, the biggest gain is that we have lost the 8 strongest demon kings of the demon clan, who are below the demon ancestor. In this battle, we have killed 3 demon kings in one breath. It's really a great result. As for the remaining demon kings, their fighting power. The Flood Witch frowned and said, their basic fighting power is about the same as Lai Hua and Jin Lin. Even if they're slightly stronger, they are just at the level of Lei Changtian and Yu Xingchen. There are 5 more demon kings like this in the demon clan. With our fighting power, it's not difficult to resist them or set up a trap to deal with them. As for the 19 demon gods of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, 7 of them were killed in this battle. The remaining ones are no more than 12. The cultivation of these demon gods is about the same as Dan Kong, Bing Ming, Feng Yun of the Tao League, and the Right King of the Astral Souls. The flood which had charged out of the demon clan's formation and had a clearer understanding of these fighting powers. Zhua Chonglu and Flood were the only two in the chaotic realm in the three continents. The Thunder Dao and Wu Yuding were peak Grand Heavenly Realm. Yu Xingchen, Lai Hua, and the other Grand Shamans of the Umno Alliance were all advanced Grand Heavenly Realm. The other old fellows were basically mid-stage Grand Heavenly Realm. As for Yu Dongtian and the others, they had just broken through to the Grand Heavenly Realm. Below them was the level of the King of Zhuolu and his wife. They were peak Primordial Chaos and half-step Grand Heavenly Realm. These are the peak fighting powers revealed by the Demon Clan in this battle. However, what makes me unhappy is that the left and right guardians under the Demon Ancestor did not appear in this battle. I don't know if they perished early on or if they are hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If these two devils were still alive, they would at least be above the 8 great demon monarchs, which is the level of Brother Zhua and I. Perhaps. They might even be stronger than us. After all, they are immemorial level experts. If the demon ancestor does not participate in the battle, we can combine the fighting powers of both sides. If we combine the peak fighting powers of the 3 continents, not only will we not be weaker than the demon ancestor, we might even have a higher chance of winning. The flood which did not continue after saying that. However, everyone understood in their hearts. If the demon ancestor participated in the battle, the 3 continents would definitely lose. Furthermore, it would be very difficult for them to escape with their lives. Previously, Zhua Chonglu was already prepared and had the help of his wife. Even so, he was almost pierced by the demon ancestor's spear. As for the others, there was a 99% chance that they would not even have the chance to escape. At the thought of that, everyone could not help but be worried. Especially the people of the Tao League, their faces were even more ashen. Zhua Chonglu pondered for a moment and said, I do have an idea. It can be considered as an idea that is not a solution. Everyone hurriedly asked, What idea? What is it? What is the plan? Now, there is very little time for the 2 sides to clash. However, there is still some time.
My son has a
space treasure, cough cough. Zhua Chonglu glanced at the Great Witch Dan Kong and said, The Tower of Annihilation. The Great Witch Dan Kong's face was instantly filled with black lines. He looked at Zhua Chonglu as if he wanted to eat him. His face turned red, but he did not say a word. The Deep Ice Witch took advantage of the opportunity and said happily, Haha, I know that thing. It's just. Before the Ice Abyss, which could finish her words of schadenfreude, she was stopped by a hammer. The Deep Ice Witch flew out for an unknown distance in an instant. Zhua Chonglu did not say that on a whim. In fact, it was Zhua Xiaoduo who reminded him. The comparison of the hard strength of the 2 sides was seriously insufficient. This would be a huge flaw that would tilt the direction of the battle. Zhua Xiaoduo saw it, and so did Li Chenglong. Even though there was not much time left, there was still room for operation. It was not impossible to steal the sky and change the sun. By chance, some changes happened to the Tower of Annihilation, and it broke through the inherent category. Zhua Chonglu said, The flow of time inside that thing is very different from the outside world. 1 day outside is 1 year and 3 months inside the Tower of Annihilation. Although it is a last-minute preparation, it can be strengthened a little. It is a solution that is not a solution. There is such a thing. As soon as the sentence came out, even the Flood Witch and the Great Witch widened their eyes. Zhua Chonglu coughed and said, But I have to say the ugly words first. No matter how mysterious the space treasure is, it still has not formed a cave or a small world. Even if the space inside the Tower of Annihilation is relatively stable, if too many masters enter at one time, it may not meet the requirements. Just the consumption of spiritual energy is a problem. If we decide to enter and cultivate, if we find that it is not stable. If any of you still have space magic treasures, please help us to stabilize the space. In addition, the cornerstone of this space is the remaining powder of the astral souls after cultivation. The more the better. No problem. Taoist Thunder and the others waved their hands and said, "What we lack most now is time. No matter how precious the magic treasures are at present, they are just worldly possessions. I will collect them and send them in. Also, I will immediately issue an order to collect the powder of the astral souls in the whole continent. The Umno Alliance will do the same. As for the astral souls, it is the same." After the plan was decided, Zhou Chenglu immediately called Zhou Xiaoduo back. Then, a group of high-level officials brought a large amount of cultivation resources and treasures of heaven and earth to Zhou Xiaoduo's space of the Tower of Annihilation. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong left 2 people outside to guard. As long as the Devil Clan made a move, they would go in and call for help. The line of defense is so wide. If the enemy moves and then comes out, I am afraid it will be difficult to be comprehensive. Our comprehensive strength is behind the enemy. Even if all of us are outside, it will be difficult to be comprehensive. But for every moment we cultivate, our comprehensive strength will be stronger. There is no need to worry about temporary gains and losses. Some of the people who were worried were refuted by this sentence. When everyone entered the Tower of Annihilation as a group, the space of the Tower of Annihilation did change drastically, just as Zhou Chenglu had said. This was probably because this group of people were the top of the world. They were far from Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others. Regardless of their cultivation realm or strength, they were all the same. The number of people was also several times more than the number of people. The Tower of Annihilation did not overload immediately. It only shook and showed signs of spatial instability, which was already an excellent performance. When the people saw this, they were not surprised. They immediately threw out the space treasures they had prepared to stabilize the space. Then, they poured down a large amount of the powder of the astral souls. After more than 10 minutes, the space of the Tower of Annihilation finally stabilized. Faced with such an unforeseen event, the second-in-command of the Tower of Annihilation, Xiao Long, was a little scared. This group of people, in addition to their own strength and cultivation realm, also had the strongest fate of the 3 forces. They directly caught Xiao Long off guard. Indeed, this group of people's cultivation realm was too high. Even if they did not have any malicious intentions, their sudden appearance was enough to make Xiao Long suffer a lot. Finally, when this group of people entered, they brought with them a large number of gifts. Xiao Long was busy for a while and finally scattered all the fate. He received the newly entered space treasures and used them to strengthen and expand the space. Together with the help of the Wahuang sword, the space was not lost and the space was successfully upgraded. Thinking back, if it was not for the fact that Li Chenglong and the others kept fighting and learning from each other, which gave Xiao Long a lot of experience in the restoration, he was afraid that he would not be able to cope with this sudden change. Speaking of assistance, Grand Shaman Dan Kong, whose face was like the bottom of a pot, had to take the lead. No one could compete with him. After this man entered the Tower of Annihilation, it was hard to say how his strength and cultivation had improved, but the hard work he had put in was vivid and real. In Grand Shaman Dan Kong's own words, "This tower, this name, is to kill me, right?" Everyone came into this broken tower together. Others were practicing in seclusion and improving their strength. Only I had to concentrate on stabilizing the space at all costs. I also used many treasures to strengthen it. Who dares to compete with me in terms of contribution points, just because no one understands the power of space better than me? Damn it. Brother Dan Kong, isn't the feeling very wonderful? Grand Shaman Bing Ming came up with a wicked smile on his face.
Don't talk to me.
Dan Kong's face was always black, as if everyone owed him millions of dollars. Let's talk about the feeling. Is it particularly sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty? Do you want to sigh? Life. Grand Shaman Bing Ming followed behind Grand Shaman Dan Kong. His footsteps were neither close nor far, and his face was full of sorrow. But the gloating and gossiping smell on his body almost overflowed the sky. Of course, the vile aura also soared to the sky, almost filling up the Tower of Annihilation. Brother Dan Kong, let's talk. Do you have any profound understanding of the name of this void extermination tower? The icy hell witch chattered and followed Dan Kong closely. I have to say that this is a wonderful thing. Well, Dan Kong is building the Tower of Annihilation with all his strength. This is really fate, life, chance. Oh, I'm drunk. Great Witch Dan Kong didn't mean to talk at all. He hid behind the Flood Witch with a black line on his forehead. The Ice Abyss Witch followed up and wanted to continue to say, but the Flood Witch glared at her fiercely. She couldn't help but say discontentedly, "He's not your son. Why do you protect him every day? Do you have nothing to do?" I haven't finished sighing. Please shut up. I beg you, brother-in-law. The Great Witch of Raging Fire hurriedly blocked the mouth of the Great Witch of Ice with a piece of black ice. One sentence was enough to offend two people. Chapter 1290. The icy hell witch's mouth was covered, so he couldn't say anything but whined anxiously. The raging fire, which did not relax. He was afraid that his brother-in-law would say something wrong.
It was not a normal time now.
At this moment, Dan Kong, which was the most important person. As long as his mouth was slightly crooked, both the Flood Witch and Zhua Chonglu would jump out to deal with him. As for how to deal with him, the lightest punishment was to beat him up. Beating him half to death was not a big deal. Then everyone began to cultivate. While concentrating on cultivating, they watched the large amount of jade of astral souls that they had consumed fall to the ground and disappear immediately. They were all amazed. The cultivation level of this group of people was too high. Even the best quality jade of astral souls would dry up and turn into powder in an instant. Therefore, if they wanted to advance further, they either had to rely on various kinds of heavenly treasures that were compatible with their own attributes, or they had to comprehend the profound mysteries of their own cultivation. They had to grind their skills with water and improve bit by bit over time. If they purely used Star Soul Jade as a supplementary cultivation material, then it would be insufficient no matter how much they had. However, this was an exception. Because the Jade of Astral Souls was insignificant to them, it indirectly formed a strange cycle. In a breath, a large amount of jade of astral souls around them turned into powder and was then absorbed by the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Then it was consumed and absorbed again. This cycle continued. Although it consumed too much jade of astral souls, it also indirectly produced a large amount of jade of astral souls powder. It was a group of super-large jade of astral souls powder manufacturing machines. The Flood Witch privately found Zhua Chonglu and sent a telepathic message to him. "Old Zhua, can you consider leaving some seeds here?" Seeing the uniqueness of this space, the Flood Witch was finally tempted. This was the best place to leave some seeds and talents here. However, if she wanted to bring in the seeds of the Umno Alliance, it was impossible for Zhua Chonglu not to agree. They would probably be killed by Zhua Xiaodua one by one. The Flood Witch was very clear about her godson's character. She looked slutty, unrestrained, and despicable, but the viciousness in her bones was very obvious. The Flood Witch knew better than anyone else the lethality of the pair of hammers. Zhua Chonglu sighed. "Are you also so pessimistic?" The Flood Witch was silent for a moment before she said, "Facing the demon ancestor, I'm afraid. Even the hope of escaping is slim." Zhua Chonglu was speechless. The Flood Witch's words were exactly what he was thinking. He thought for a while and asked, "What level do you think the Devil Ancestor's cultivation has reached?" "If our so-called chaotic cultivation is close to the half-saint level, then the Devil Ancestor's cultivation is at least at the Sage-to-be level, or even at the quasi-saint level. But when it comes to the Devil Ancestor's combat power, especially with the God-killing spear, he can definitely be called at the saint level." The Flood Witch sighed. No matter how courageous he is, the gap between his real strength is too big. In the end, he can't achieve anything. The Sage-to-be level, the combat power of a saint. Zhua Chonglu murmured. "I even think that those saints who are not known for their combat power are not the Devil Ancestor's opponents." The Flood Witch said, "The Devil Ancestor's combat power is not inferior to His Majesty Donghuang's. In other words, even if I reach the level of Gonggong Zhu Wu, I'm most likely not the Devil Ancestor's opponent." The two of them looked at each other, and both felt powerless. As mentioned before, if the devil ancestor, Rahu, was not the highest level in the devil race's combat power, then not only could they fight, but their chances of winning would also be quite high. Even if it was an extreme battle, destroying the devil race would not be a problem. However, the lack of such a person had tipped the scales of victory and defeat. It caused the advantage and disadvantage of both sides to be reversed immediately. With such a person eyeing him covetously, even if the 12 great shamans, Tao League's 7 swords, and all the higher-ups of the astral souls besieged him, the devil ancestor could still deal with them calmly, and even defeat them one by one, and kill them all. With the devil ancestor's cultivation strength and the god-killing spear's speed, as long as he was seriously injured, there would not even be a chance for him to self-destruct. Originally, they thought that the legendary devil ancestor could defeat all 3,000 great Taoists with one spear was a rumor and exaggerated by later generations. It turned out that it was actually true. Understanding this, the two of them could not help but sigh at each other. Brother Flood, I've never seen the ancient masters of our human race. There are legends, but compared to a master like the devil ancestor, they are still far from enough. But where are the Zhuwu of the Wu people? Zhou Chenglu frowned. I remember that during the Great Shaman War, except for Zhu Rong and a few other Zhuwu, as well as Kwa Fu, Ho Yi, and other great shamans confirmed to be dead, the others
Don't seem to have really died, right? Where are they?
Where did they go? The Flood, which was also speechless. You're asking me? I'm the one who wants to know. What I know is not much more than what you know. It's just the legends. In fact, I haven't really seen any of the masters Zhuwu. But Zhuwu Zhu Rong really died. And Ho Tu Zhuwu, according to the legends, turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation. That's why the living beings are reincarnated. Several other Zhu Wu also died on the spot. As for the missing Zhu Wu, there are indeed a few. The Flood, which looked a little helpless. But I really don't know whether they are still alive or not, and I don't know where they are. The Flood, which was a little aggrieved. If I knew the whereabouts of any of them and received some advice from them, how could I have made such progress? How could you, a brat, be on an equal footing with me? Flood glared at Zhou Chenglu. Zhou Chenglu also sighed. What about the 3 pure ones of the Tao League? What about the masters of the ancient Tao League? Where did they go? Everyone was speechless about this question. Before they met the demon ancestor, they always thought that the 3 continents could work together and fight for a chance of survival. But now, they really met the demon ancestor, and they really felt the power of the demon ancestor. Only then did they understand that the top masters of the Archean era were unshakable. Not only Zhou Chenglu, but now even the Flood, which was hoping that one of the ancestors of the Archean era would come out soon. We, the juniors, can't bear it anymore. As for the Tao League, billions of people had already burned incense and prayed together. Ancestor, please come out and save us. We're going to die soon. 3 days passed. The demon race's army drove straight in and occupied the inland area with a radius of more than 20,000 miles. Then, there was still an endless stream of soldiers coming. Clearly, there was more than enough to go around. This time, the collision had caused quite a big commotion in the demon territory. However, the 3 great demon monarchs had given it their all to protect the demon monarchs. That was why they had run out of energy and were unable to recover in time. They were unable to withstand the continuous attacks and had died. Therefore, other than the losses caused by Zhou Xiaoduo and the others, the losses caused by the other natural disasters were not that great. But on the Tao League side, it was truly a landslide. The losses were extremely heavy. With one collision, almost all the tall buildings in the Tao League's mainland were not spared. They all collapsed. Because of this collision, the death toll of the entire Tao League's mainland soared to more than 30 million, and the number of injured reached 200 million. It could be said to be an unprecedented number of casualties. It was an unimaginably huge natural disaster. This earthquake, even in the central area of the Tao League, reached a magnitude of 9.5. The Astral Soul's mainland also reached a magnitude of 8 and above. The mainland that suffered the least damage was the Umno Alliance's mainland. However, the Umno Alliance was on the opposite side of the mainland. With a tremor, huge waves rose from the tides and directly flooded 3 coastal cities. The 3 mainlands were devastated as far as the eye could see. The people did not have a way to make a living. The upper echelons of the 3 mainlands did not try to comfort the people. They only did simple rescues because they really did not have the ability to do so. Almost all the high-end combat forces had gone to the front lines. Then, there was a continent-wide announcement. The demon race's mainland had arrived and was now fighting at the border. And this unprecedented earthquake was caused by the return of the demon race's mainland. The moment of life and death had truly arrived. In the autumn of this mainland's fall, the upper echelons of the 3 mainlands called for all martial artists to rush to the front lines to fight against the foreign races and protect their land. With this order, countless martial artists began to set off from various cities and villages toward the front lines. Some were hesitant, some regretted it after they set off, and some were uneasy as they moved forward. However, there were even more people who didn't turn back and didn't return. At the same time, countless merchants and civilian organizations bought too many military supplies and transported them to the front lines. Of course, there were pros and cons. Even in this moment of life and death, many merchants began to stock up and prepare to raise prices, intending to make a fortune out of the crisis. In their hearts, these people who were preparing to go to the front lines or had already gone to the front lines did not care about money.
They might as well take advantage of them.
There were also many scheming martial artists who were scheming in their hearts. Now that the world was in danger, the military was the safest place with the most powerful martial artists. Once the front lines on the left and right were lost, it was inevitable that they would stretch out their necks and be slaughtered at the rear. As for going to the front lines to fight, it seemed more dangerous, but where was there no danger? They might as well take the risk. Therefore, these people also went to the front lines. In short, in times of crisis, the glory of human nature was placed at the peak, but the ugliness of human nature was also displayed incisively and vividly at this time. Good and bad, beautiful and ugly, kind and evil, giving and greed, glory and filth. They all shone together, shining on this world. Just like 1,000 years ago, just like 10,000 years later. The first wave of the demon race's probing attack began. As Hua Chonglu expected, the top combat forces of the demon race did not make a move. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, this was the rule of the battlefield since ancient times. It was not that experts could not make a move against ants, but... Chapter 1291. It wasn't that the experts couldn't attack the ants, but, firstly, it would be embarrassing. Secondly, if you attacked the enemy's soldiers, the enemy would also attack your own soldiers. As for the third point, it was the most important one. Whoever attacked first would inevitably leave an opening for the other party. Leaving an opening for the other party. If you attacked here and sent a message, the other side might be attacked and taken advantage of. The art of war had always been like this since ancient times. For the demon race, they wouldn't go against this principle. Not to mention, there was still a surprise attack in between the 2 continents. They definitely had to find out the ins and outs of this ancestral land first. Therefore, although this first wave of attack seemed fierce, the other side could handle it easily. After all, it was the joint attack of the elites of the 3 continents, not to mention that most of them were old foxes who had been on the battlefield for thousands of years. Therefore, in this first wave of attack, the 3 continents not only had an easy time, but also had the upper hand. Even the higher-ups didn't have to attack, and the first wave of attack was crushed. A glorious victory, and the enemy's losses reached a terrifying ratio of 1 to 25. This kind of victory was simply too glorious. It was a scene of jubilation. In the following 10 days, the demon race's army attacked wave after wave, and wave after wave was repulsed. Occasionally, a large-scale battle broke out, but the allied forces of the 3 continents dealt with it appropriately. Every time, the demon race's army returned in defeat. So much so that after the first few days of battle, even a few heavenly kings and great commanders entered the Void Extermination Tower to practice and improve. Only a few people were left outside to command. Everyone already knew that the demon race's current attacks were only probing. They were probing again and again so that their own troops could adapt to the battlefield, adapt to the war. After all, even if the demon race was prepared, their entire race had drifted outside for so many years. How could there be any chance of a large-scale war? Ordinary infighting was also stopped very quickly. Whether it was in terms of war experience or geographical advantage, they were naturally at a disadvantage. As for the allied forces of the three continents, it could be said that almost every general under the great commanders, and then the deputy generals under the great commanders, were more familiar with the rhythm of the battlefield than the great commanders of the demon race. This was a huge advantage that was difficult to chase after. And there was a reason for the demons to make such a strategic decision. It was impossible for the army to do nothing and pay nothing. Only the higher-ups would go out to fight and sweep the world, while the main forces would just go and enjoy themselves, right? After all, even if he wanted to rule the world, he would need many talents. If it was only the higher-ups who took action, and the subordinates who did nothing but wait to enjoy life, then, did I cultivate for tens of thousands of years just to be a fighter for ants? These words were crude, but they were reasonable. What's more, the three continents had already responded positively, even taking advantage of the gap to severely injure the higher-ups of the devil race. If not for the presence of the devil ancestor, they would have long faced the attack of a large number of peak fighting forces. Moreover, if the devil race continent could return, the other continents might return as well. What if the Yao race continent returned like the devil race continent? The demon emperor Dong Huang of the demon clan was not the slightest bit inferior to the demon clan immemorial giant of the demon clan. If the demon clan army could not adapt to the battle on this ancestral land continent as soon as possible, even if the higher-ups of the demon clan, or even Lord Demon Ancestor, took action and destroyed the top powerhouses of the three continents, how could they contend against the other returning continents? Therefore, the demon clan needed to adapt to the rhythm of the battlefield as soon as possible. For this, even if they had to pay a large number of sacrifices, they would not hesitate. After discovering the weakness of the demon clan, the allied forces of the three continents on the defensive line began to set up targeted traps. First, they would retreat strategically, lure the enemy deep, and then gather to destroy them, show weakness to the enemy, then ambush and encircle them, and destroy them one by one, building one path in the guise of building one path in the guise of building another path in the dark, eliminate the beginning and the end, and blossom in the middle. To all kinds of strategies and tactics were taught to the demon clan at the cost of their lives. After all, if the demon clan intended to really grind down these things and truly grasp the battlefield experience, they would know or learn it sooner or later. Therefore, no one was worried about leaking the secret. They would take advantage of this period of time to destroy more of their effective forces. As for whether they would learn it, how could a bunch of fools like you be able to learn, catch up, and surpass the thousands and tens of thousands of years of experience on the battlefield? Dream on. As long as you don't send out experts, you are just a bunch of chickens waiting to be slaughtered in front of us, at least for now. In fact, when it came to individual combat ability, the demon clan's individual combat ability was much stronger than the allied forces of the three continents. However, when the real battle started, the ones who suffered the most losses and died the most were the demon clan. The rhythm of the war was very fast and frequent. Sometimes there would be more than 10 explosions in a day, and sometimes there would be more than 100 explosions in a day, a total of more than 20,000 kilometers of defensive line. It would be strange if there were no battles. Then, the Allied forces started to have a headache. Indeed, the Allied forces had the upper hand in the current situation, but it was inevitable that there would be casualties in the Allied forces, and there would be considerable losses. The Demon Clan had clearly suffered more losses, but the Demon Clan did not seem to care, and did not care about the deaths of ordinary Demon Clan members. If they died, then they died. It did not matter. What the fuck, you don't care, but we do. Especially when they saw a Demon Clan marshal commanding the battlefield, with a strong reserve force beside him, but 3,000 demon clan members retreated in defeat, just 1,000 meters in front of him. They were killed at such a close distance, and the allied forces had already set up a trap. As long as the demon clan marshal asked the reserve force to come out to help, the allied forces would swarm up and surround them and kill the reserve force as well. But the result was that the demon clan marshal did not move at all. He watched the demon clan members being killed, and he did not do anything at all. Note, this was not because he saw through the allied forces' plan, but because he really did not do anything, and he did not care at all. Facing such a result, the allied forces could only be speechless. Dongfang Zhengyang, who was commanding the battle, almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the demon clan marshal's face. Damn it! Why don't you come out? You don't even save your own people who are dying in front of you, and you call yourself a commander? Is this another way of dealing with changes by remaining unchanged? But the demon clan marshal was just like this, going against the norm. That what could they do? Wars with such an atmosphere happened every day from the beginning, and gradually developed into a 24-hour nonstop war. Such a huge defensive line, if it was not here, it would be there, and it went on like this for more than 2 months. In the beginning, the allied forces of the 3 continents were very disdainful of the demon clan's tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Such an idiotic commander was just sending people to be slaughtered by us. Come on, the more the better. Come on, we will not reject anyone who comes. But as the battle gradually unfolded, people slowly felt that something was not right. Because the demon clan marshal's tactics and techniques had been improving rapidly in the past 2 months. Among them, the commander of the demon clan marshal's performance was the most obvious and eye-catching. Almost every one of them carried out the 4 words mercy does not lead an army from beginning to end, from beginning to end, from beginning to end, from beginning to end, from beginning to end. Millions of people watched the demon clan marshal at the back, while 10,000 people fought at the front. If those 10,000 people could not defeat the demon clan marshal, the millions of people at the back would only watch those 10,000 people die in front of them, and none of them would act rashly. Such cold-bloodedness sent chills down people's spines. If it happened once or twice, it could be said that the commander of the demon clan marshal benefited from it, but every time it happened, it was the same for all the demon clan marshals. How could they not be terrified? As time went on, under the iron-blooded command of the demon clan marshal, all kinds of orders and commands were getting better and better day by day. They used constant sacrifices as learning lessons to learn the demon clan marshal's tactics and techniques. They also used the most extreme method to adapt to the war between the 2 races that they had not seen for so many years. However, the demon clan adapted very quickly. As the demon clan marshal gradually adapted to the tactics and strategies of the allied forces of the 3 continents, the allied forces of the 3 continents suffered more and more casualties day by day. Facing this situation, Dongfang Zhengyang, who was in charge of the allied forces of the 3 continents, directly gave a death order, changed the current strategy against the demon clan marshal. As long as the demon clan came to attack, they had to be wiped out. Only in this way could they be less exposed. But in the face of the demon clan's horrifying learning speed and the extreme mentality of the demon clan marshal, Dongfang Zhengyang's sense of crisis was getting heavier and heavier. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on him, and he felt more and more overwhelmed. He could even foresee that on the other side, the demon clan marshal's time for a great war and a general attack was approaching. The day of the final battle was only a matter of time. The demon clan has just arrived, and they don't have much experience in large-scale battles. So, as soon as they arrived, they used the method of learning our tactics and techniques at the cost of the demon clan marshal's lives. That's why they used such an extreme method to slowly explore and gain experience. And the other main purpose of the demon clan marshal may be to stall for time, so that their troops can continuously come from the demon clan's mainland to the ancestral lands of the 3 continents and gather here. After all, the mobilization of the entire army of a continent needs a lot of buffer time. I believe that when their troops are ready, the most tragic situation of the war will unfold. And I estimate that such a moment will come soon. At most, it won't take more than 10 days of buffer time. The total military strength of the demon clan has already reached over 100 million in this period of time. Once the war breaks out, the current line of defense will not be able to hold. The front line is too long, and it's inevitable that we will overlook it. The next step, we will definitely have to retreat. But as for the position of the second line of defense, I still need the Minister, Lady Flood, and Lady Thunder to decide. Dongfang Zhengyang immediately reported his foresight to Lu Li. The second line of defense, Zhua Changlu, the Flood Witch, and Lady Thunder all frowned. Although Dongfang Zhengyang's report was for the three of them to decide, in reality, it also meant that there was no second line of defense in the Tao League. Chapter 1292. If there was a second battlefield that could be chosen, Dongfang Zhengyang, as a commander with tens of thousands of years of experience, would definitely bring it up. However, if they were to give up on the Tao League's territory, not only would that be inhumane, but Dongfang Zhengyang also didn't have the authority to do so. The second battlefield. In just a few months, Taoist Thunder seemed to have aged by thousands of years, showing his old age. He sighed as he looked at the Flood Witch and Zhua Changlu, who were frowning. His heart was filled with desolation. How could he not know what the two of them didn't say? There weren't many heroic soul passes of the Tao League on this side. Even if there were, they were all in the opposite direction. How could they stop the enemy's invasion if they didn't have the ability to defend and defend? Such a foundation was not only a barrier for the demon race, but also a weapon for the demon race. They could use these heroic soul passes to cause great damage to the allied forces. It must be known that one of the reasons why the demon race hadn't launched an all-out attack so far was because they were unfamiliar with the terrain. If the allied forces of the three continents were to lose their geographical advantage, or even be at a disadvantage in terms of terrain, then the casualties would be more than just disastrous. How can we face those heroes who sacrifice themselves for the heroic soul passes? Thunder Taoist looked up at the sky and sighed. Now is not the time to sigh. The Flood Witch said bluntly, Thunder Taoist, let me tell you clearly. I won't agree to let our men make unnecessary sacrifices in this place as the second battlefield. Zhua Changlu nodded, showing that he completely agreed with the Flood Witch's words. Because they would die for nothing. It's not that we don't want to stop them. It's because you guys created such a terrible situation, and you want us to fight with our lives? Even if our goal is to protect the billions of lives behind us, we can't answer to our brothers who are fighting with their lives on the line. We can't even face them. Why should the soldiers of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls make up for the Tao League's mistakes with their lives? Are the lives of our Umno Alliance's Astral Soul soldiers not worth their lives? For a moment, Taoist Thunder's beard trembled. After a while, he said, I can understand your positions and choices. But the Tao League can't give up just like that. You two, the teams that belong to Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, from now on, you can plan to retreat from the first battlefield. The Tao League will set up the second battlefield at Celestial Wolf Mountain. As for you, continue to retreat until you can set up the third battlefield. For the billions of lives behind us, we will use our sacrifice to make up for our mistakes and buy enough time for the inland Tao League citizens to retreat. The Flood Witch took a deep breath and said, Lei Dao, I have to say that you are very pedantic. You can't pick up and you can't let go. I really look down on you. You don't understand the battlefield, and you don't understand war. Fighting in this kind of terrain, and with only one side, the Tao League will only pay the unnecessary sacrifice of billions of lives. How much of an impact would these hundreds of millions of combat power be on Xing Hun's battlefield? Is it worth sacrificing at Celestial Wolf Mountain? This is a war of extinction, not a war in the ordinary sense. There is no turning back. Once there is a mistake, the billions of lives lost will never be recovered. It will only cause the overall strength of the three continents to decrease. Don't tell me you don't understand? The Flood, which was very angry. Taoist Thunder's choice made him feel conflicted and depressed. Lei Dao, Brother Flood is right. Your Tao League is going to fight alone, and your disadvantage is so obvious. You are only going to die in vain. Zhua Changlu said, Let's take a step back and say that the three allied forces have just been formed, and you are fighting at the front lines, risking your lives. If we retreat and watch you sacrifice yourselves, our soldiers will also have to bear a great moral condemnation. This is also a great pressure. With such a mentality, how can the soldiers dare to leave their backs to their comrades? Daoist Thunder said with a trembling voice, "How can I not know this?"
But
Once we retreat, it is equivalent to sending more than half of the Tao League into the mouth of the demons. That is more than 5 billion lives. 5 billion lives. Daoist Thunder's state of mind was already showing signs of collapse. How can I live with this? Then you decided to let the forces that can resist the invasion die with these 5 billion people, and then you can live with it? What kind of logic is this? The Flood Witch reprimanded angrily. Perhaps if we work harder and try our best to delay the demons for a month, there will be at least 1 billion more people who can retreat to the safe zone. A glimmer of hope flashed in Daoist Thunder's dim eyes. You're thinking too much. Too idealistic. Zhou Chenglu said ruthlessly. Why don't you fly back and see how many people in your Tao League can't leave their homeland? As long as it is not the last moment, people will not regret. When they really regret, it is already too late to go back. That is how people always hope for a fluke, but they don't know if there is such a fluke. The war has been going on for more than a month, and only a small part of your people have retreated. Even those who have retreated have only retreated to the eastern end of the continent and are unwilling to move forward. Astral Souls has already opened the door to welcome the Tao League's retreat, but so far, the total number of people who have brought their families into the Astral Souls is less than 10 million people. Zhou Chenglu sighed. I know you don't want people to be plunged into misery and suffering, and you want to protect the people of the Tao League as much as possible, but the peace at the back must be broken with blood and cruelty. Otherwise, how can there be a sense of urgency? As long as the war is still going on here, the people at the back won't move, and they will still hope for a fluke. It's not that I don't care about the lives of ordinary people, but first, they must realize the current level of crisis. They have chosen to insist on not retreating, so we can only let them die. Because we know that their fluke mentality will never exist. So we can't let all my soldiers die here because of their wrong choice, to fulfill their fluke, their mistake, to be buried with their foolishness and fluke. If we all die here, won't the 2 continents behind us be finished as well? Won't more people die? Zhou Chenglu took a deep breath and said, So, we choose to give up the vast territory of the Tao League. We won't live and die with you. If you want to have a clear conscience, then the Tao League can fight on its own. We have to start building a real second battlefield. Zhou Chenglu's words were very heavy and didn't show any mercy. The Flood Witch's eyes were full of praise. This was the most correct choice. If the Tao League had a heroic soul pass, and everything went according to their agreement, then everyone could fight to the death here. But there was no such thing. This was simply a bastard's way of doing things. And the people of the Tao League were the same. They had lived in peace for too long and didn't want to retreat, didn't want to abandon their foundation. If the soldiers fought to the death here and died for this group of selfish and foolish people, they would probably die with grievances. Thunder Daoist nodded sadly. I understand. This is what we should do. Next, the higher-ups of the Tao League held a separate meeting. Seven Swords' expression was extremely gloomy, and so were the 12 heavenly kings below. In fact, it wasn't just them. The hundreds of generals and marshals all had extremely ugly expressions. Regret, confusion, anger, as well as nervousness, loss, and heroism. Previously, the Tao League didn't participate in the battle between the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance at the Sun-Moon Pass. Now, the Tao League's drawbacks of not fighting for 10,000 years and the bitter consequences of peace and comfort had been tasted by every higher-up. How selfish and narrow-minded they were back then was how miserable and regretful they were now. Many people were asking themselves, why didn't the Tao League make a move when the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance were cultivating geniuses and constantly improving themselves through battles? With the potential of the Tao League, as well as the strength, cultivation atmosphere, and cultivation heritage that originally far surpassed that of the astral souls. How many experts would have emerged after 10,000 years of battles?
Why?
Didn't they fight? Not only did they not fight, but they also treated the astral souls and the Umno Alliance as potential opponents and dragged them down. Even the construction of the heroic soul pass was intentionally or unintentionally in the direction of the astral souls and the Umno Alliance. Now that the demons were attacking from behind, it actually caused such an extremely awkward situation that they couldn't recover from. Who was to blame for this? Thunder Daoist felt as if he had eaten Chinese medicine. This is the situation. Once the demons have an all-out battle, this place is destined to be lost. At that time, our heroic soul pass, the direction, Sai, will definitely become the demon's fortress. And the heroic soul pass can't be destroyed.
So,
If the battle is fought in these places, it's unfair to the Alliance. We can't let others pay for our mistakes. So, the Dao League must make a decision and sacrifice. Thunder Daoist's words were heavy. The Dao League will leave half of its people to build the second line of defense. Use your lives to stall the demons. Thunder Daoist said softly. As for who will stay and who will follow to the third line of defense, I won't force them to do so. Sign up yourselves. I'll stay. Fire Daoist said indifferently. The Dao League can't be looked down upon by others. I'll stay and command the overall situation. Thunder Daoist's eyes dimmed. Then he said, Who else? Cloud Daoist sighed and said, I'll stay with fire. It's enough. The 5 of you go back to the third line of defense. 2 of the 7 swords of the Dao League expressed that they would stay. Zhua Chenglu and the Flood, which almost cursed out loud. It wasn't that they didn't know what Thunder Daoist and the others were thinking, but since they had already made a huge mistake, did they have to make another huge mistake to make up for it? Chapter 1293. After that, a few heavenly kings and more than 70 generals expressed their wish to stay. There's no need for so many, Taoist Thunder said softly. It's enough to leave 4 heavenly kings to lead the 12 armies. He stood up and said softly, This is a battle to the death. You've already given your all, so there's no need to say more. However, the Dao League is in a critical situation. Everyone please. Try to stall for as much time as possible. With the Dao Alliance's strength alone, our combat power will definitely be greatly inferior. However, I hope that all of you will sacrifice your lives for the sake of the citizens of our Dao Alliance. That way, we can delay the war for a month. Taoist Thunder stood up and bowed slightly. Everyone please. Ancestor. Everyone bowed to the ground. We won't let you down. We'll definitely fight for a month's time. Give me the name list, I'll take it away. Taoist Thunder's eyes were filled with tears. Who said that there are no heroes in the Dao League? The Dao League's eternal prestige. We swear to protect it with our lives. During this period of time, no one was dissatisfied with the living environment except for Zhua Xiaoduo. Ever since Zhua Chenglu's initiative, the top cultivators of the 3 continents entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate and improve, which seriously disrupted Zhua Xiaoduo's established habits and cultivation plan. Now, the peak period of dual cultivation had passed. Although the incompatible water and fire wine was a top-notch supplement, Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian had drunk it too frequently recently, causing its effects to gradually decline. The biggest problem was that although Zhua Xiaoduo used the excuse of improving his cultivation to protect the 3 continents in the future, how could his true purpose be so low as to cultivate? The real key was whether it was good or not. With the arrival of this group of people, Zhua Xiaoduo's good days were completely over. Moreover, he was in the vile state of being beaten up every day. The higher-ups of the astral souls, the 12 great sorcerers, beat them up every day. They took turns to beat them up. Of course, not only did he beat up Zhua Xiaoduo, but he also beat up Zhua Xiaonian. Li Chenglong and the others also did not escape the fate of being attacked by all the higher-ups. The Flood, which even gave Zhua Xiaoduo special treatment from time to time. When the 2 of them swung their 4 sledgehammers, everyone deeply objected. You 2 stay away. The reason was simple and pure. It was a little powerful. However, just the sound of the collision was enough to make others unable to bear it. In the face of everyone's unanimous opposition, even the flood, which had no choice but to take Xiaoduo to the other side of the mountain and the sea. Although there wasn't a group of Smurfs in the land, there were still high-level elves such as Xiao, Bai, Jiu, and the Wahuang sword. There was also a true fairy, ice spirit. When these little fellows gathered together, they naturally did not stop. It was normal for them to fight with each other every day. The existence of these little fellows was not seen by anyone other than the Flood Witch and Zhua Chonglu. Zhua Chonglu and the Flood Witch had discussed the matter of letting these people in countless times. In the end, they had no choice but to let them go. If it wasn't for the fact that they were out of curses, they would not have used this last resort. However, exposing the problem of the flow of time in the Tower of Void Destruction was already the limit. How could they expose all the secrets? However, no matter how much pressures with Xiaoduo and the others were physically and mentally, they were beaten up, ravaged, and oppressed. Everyone's cultivation level was also rising along with the torment of the other people. This result made the 12 great sorcerers unable to help but click their tongues in wonder. They were all moved by the appreciation of talents. All the higher-ups understood. These young men in front of them were only in their 20s. They had already advanced to the realm of origin. What kind of geniuses were they? Even if the time in the Tower of Void Destruction was taken into account, the age of these little fellows was not more than 60 years old. What did this mean? What did it mean? Everyone was clear in their hearts and knew what was going on, including the Flood Witch, which one of them was younger than 1,000 years old when they broke through to the realm of origin. Based on the age of these people, it was absolutely impossible for them to have their current cultivation level. However, the reality now was that these 15 geniuses had climbed to the peak of cultivation in this world in a short period of time. They were continuously climbing towards the peak. Such amazing people would undoubtedly be the future leaders. Even Taoist Lei and the others in the Dao League had specially mentioned to Zhua Chonglu and Flood, even if everyone in the world dies, we must ensure that these 15 little fellows survive. They are the real hope, the people who will entrust the future to. Any one of them is the best of the best, the best of the best. After the higher-ups of the 3 continents reached a consensus on the position of these 15 people, Xiaoduo and the others did not relax in the following days. Instead, they were beaten up even more severely by Flood and Taoist Lei. Yes, the 7 swords of the Dao League had also joined in the frenzied beating. In the morning, the 12 shamans used the power of the Umno Alliance to unblock the meridians of the 15 people and imbued them with cultivation. Then, they would spar with each other. They would leave the north and the south to fight east and west, in the name of helping them consolidate their foundation. In the afternoon, the 7 swords of the Dao League would unblock the meridians of the 15 people and imbue them with cultivation. Then, they would spar with each other again. They would leave the north and the south to fight east and west, in the name of helping them consolidate their foundation. At night, the higher-ups of astral souls will deal with the matter, like how they dealt with their allies on the other 2 continents. After that, they will continue to fight in the north and south to help you strengthen your foundation. Every morning, a group of higher-ups would watch the 15 people sparring. Once they realized that they hadn't used what they had taught them the day before, they would immediately give them another round of sparring. This time, they would say that it was to teach them a lesson. The body had muscle memory. If they didn't use their heart to remember, then they would use their body to remember. After this series of operations, the 15 people could only complain incessantly. Fortunately, not long after that, the few senior magi from the Umno Alliance brought a group of young geniuses from the Umno Alliance over. The number of people was slightly more than expected, a total of 56 people. For example, Sha Jiao, Sha Hun, Hai Hun Shan, Thundercat, and so on. Last time, those who had contact with Xiaoduo, none of them were left out. There were also the descendants of the other senior magi. For example, there was a person from the Hong family who was born with 2 large tumors on his head, one on each side of his forehead. They looked like 2 distinct horns. And this person's name was Hong Xiaoniu. Originally, with such a name, he should have been forgotten by everyone. However, within 3 hours after he arrived, he became everyone's punching bag. It was probably because this guy was too much of a punching bag. Every day, from morning to night, he always had an indignant look on his face. Even though he was ugly, he still felt good about himself. If he didn't become a punching bag, others would be indignant as well. There was also a person called Jin Jingjing. This person's character was not only comparable to Hong Xiaonu's, but it was also even better than Hong Xiaonu's. Of course, Hai Hunshan's bulbous nose, toad-like mouth, bulging stomach, and ball-like legs were also a big attraction. And the most noteworthy was the Thunder Cat. After this powerful cat arrived, when he saw Zhou Xiaoduo, his expression was extremely complicated. He revealed a subtle emotion as if he wanted to rush up and swallow Zhou Xiaoduo, but of course, to deal with the mere Thunder Cat, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't need to personally appear. With just a glance, Li Chenglong and the rest would swarm up. Within 2 hours, this Thunder Cat repeatedly said that he would repent for his past mistakes and wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts. The Thunder Cat, who was beaten up until he almost lost control, returned to the UMNO Alliance team and complained. Then, Hai Hunshan and the rest joined forces to beat him up again. This also caused 3 punching bags to appear in the team of geniuses sent by the UMNO Alliance. They were Jin Jingjing, the Thunder Cat, and Hong Xiaonuo. Every time Zhou Xiaoduo and the rest were beaten up, they would habitually beat up these 3 people to vent their anger. Gradually, it formed a good cycle, a kind of atmosphere. The higher-ups beat me up? No problem, I'll beat up the Thunder Cat. Beat me up again? No problem, beat up Jin Jingjing. Beat me up again? I'll join forces with everyone to beat up Hong Xiaonuo. The great shamans of the UMNO Alliance were angry. All of you have obviously eaten so much more than Zhou Xiaoduo and the rest. Now that Zhou Xiaoduo is already at the primordial chaos realm, all of you are still wandering around. The 2 who have improved the fastest have only just reached the Ascension realm. Moreover, the number of times you suppress your true essence is far less than others. How can you call yourselves geniuses? Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant? One shouldn't be afraid of comparing goods, but one should be afraid of comparing people. If you compare goods, you'll throw them away. If you compare people,
You'll die.
this is the truth no matter where you go. Even Zhou Xiaoduo and the rest of the 15 people, not to mention Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian, who had the strongest cultivation, in the eyes of the great shamans, they were all other people's children. This also led to Hai Hunshan and the rest directly to hell. None of the 12 great shamans were pleasing to the eye, let alone in their eyes. They would roar angrily from time to time. They're also cultivating, and you're also cultivating. How can there be such a big difference? Why don't you all go to hell? How can you have the nerve to live so energetically? The 56 people of the UMNO Alliance wanted to cry, but had no tears. We're fucking inferior to them in cultivation. We're also very desperate. But what can we do? Why don't you just kill us directly? Well, that's not right. There's a gap of generations between us. A gap of many, many generations. It's fine if we didn't know in the past, but now we know very well that Zhou Xiaoduo is the Flood Witch's godson, your mutual nephew, the son of the Sky Patrol Minister. What about us? We are thousands of generations away from you. Zhou Xiaoduo has directly become our ancestor. How can we compare to our ancestor? There's also Zhou Xiaoduo's followers. They're fellow disciples of the same subject. That's also the same generation. It's natural that we're inferior to them. The Thunder Cat and the rest were not convinced at first. They used all their strength and felt that they could catch up. But as the gap grew bigger and bigger, they quickly changed their minds, and they quickly convinced themselves. They all felt, Zhou Xiaoduo and the rest are stronger than us. It seems. This matter, how natural. Chapter 1294. Hai Hunshan complained in private. What's the point of beating us up? What's the point of not being able to catch up with others? Besides, Zhou Xiaoduo should be outstanding.
If he's not outstanding, who is? He's our ancestor.
If you ask me, Xiaoduo's cultivation is not high enough. Based on his background, he's the son of the minister and the godson of the Flood Witch. He should be on par with the emperor's ex-son, king of Yu Dongtian. People are afraid of comparisons. If Xiaoduo is compared to Yu Dongtian, heavenly king Yu, he's far inferior. Xiaoduo shouldn't be compared to us. He should be compared to Yu Dongtian Yun Zhonghu. Comparing to us. Isn't that bullying? The group of juniors from the UMNO alliance quickly convinced themselves. They felt that they were weak. It was only right that they were weak. Compared to Xiaoduo, it was wrong that they weren't weak. Hence, they calmed down, but of course, they only thought about this in their hearts. They said it out loud in private. After all, everyone knew that this argument couldn't be refuted. Yu Dongtian's cultivation was high and had reached the peak of this world. However, he had cultivated for many years, while Xiaoduo had only cultivated for a few years. How could they be compared?
But
the blame wasn't on their backs. Xiaoduo was the elder. If we don't compare to you, you shouldn't compare to us either. On this day, Hong Xiaoniu came to look for Xiaoduo with 2 tumors that were about to explode. Ancestors Zhua, please help us beg for mercy. We're being beaten more than 30 times a day. What kind of fucking life is this? Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "It's none of my business." Before he finished speaking, he had already left. It was chaos in the Tower of Emptiness. More than 70 people were being beaten and more than 100 people were being beaten. Li Chenglong was the only one who was free. He was organizing the groups. He also organized the 56 people from the UMNO alliance into groups. 8 people in a group, a total of 7 groups. It was the same number as 1 week. According to Li Chenglong's deeper explanation, it was a perfect mix of people being beaten up every day. In such an atmosphere of chaos, shouting and screaming, everyone's strength also showed a state of leaps and bounds. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. If there was no harm, there would be no motivation. This sentence was vividly reflected here. The 56 little fellows of the Wizard Alliance were on the verge of collapse. They could even kill themselves by training every day. 2 months in the outside world was more than 30 years in the Tower of Emptiness. The cultivation strength of Xiaoduo and the others had reached the peak of primordial chaos. With such combat strength, they were on par with the king of Zhuolu and the others. They could finally join the ranks of the top in this world. Although they were at the end of the top, they were still at the top. The further difference was that the king of Zhuolu and the others were anxious to break through every day. At their level, it was no longer a matter of accumulation. It was a breakthrough in cultivation and state of mind. Sometimes, they could break through with a flash of inspiration. It was like becoming a Buddha. However, most of them might not be able to break through in their lifetime. They were stuck at this stage. There were many people like this now. The king of Zhuolu, Nanzhengqian, Dongfang Jingyang, and the others. There were more than 40 people. They were all stuck at this stage after more than 30 years of hard work. They were unable to break through and take another step. After the battle with Xiaoduo, Grand Shaman Dan Kong and Grand Shaman Bing Ming tacitly retreated. Fortunately, they were evenly matched this time. However, if there was a next time, they would not be a match for him. Even if they could not afford to offend him, they could still hide. However, they really could not hide. Because of this battle, Xiaoduo completely understood something. Are you Bing Xiaobing? Are you Kong Xiaodan? Bing Ming and Dan Kong were in a sorry state. Then, Xiaoduo recognized Lai Xiaohua. Suddenly, the 3 of them hid when they saw Xiaoduo, because when Xiaoduo saw him, he called out, Xiaobing.
Xiao Dan.
Xiaohua. He did not call him uncle anymore. What the fuck was this? However, the 3 of them could not refute. Xiaoduo's words rendered them speechless. Tell me, were we not equals at that time? I treated you as my brothers and even treated you to drinks. However, you want to be my elders. What is the reason for this? No need to quibble. Just say that we were never equals. After eating and drinking my food, you still want to use this trick. Lai Hua, Dan Kong, and Bing Ming were badly battered. In the end, they could not hide anymore and went out to fight. If they went to the battlefield, they would not be bullied here. With the 12 grand shamans, the Sky Inspecting Throne, and the 7 swords of the Tao League, they gathered the highest experience of the 3 continents and taught them step by step. They even helped to unblock their meridians. Everyone's cultivation had increased considerably. It could even be said that their cultivation progress in this lifetime could not be compared to the 30 years in the Tower of Emptiness. However, as their cultivation reached the peak, they were all stuck at the bottleneck of the realm. There was no exception. After more than a month of learning and accumulation in the outside world and waiting, the demon race finally began to launch their general attack. Time and tide wait for no man. There is no point in forcing ourselves to stay here. It is not because of the foundation accumulation, but because the opportunity has not arrived yet. Zhuo Changlu was also very depressed about this. So many people at the peak of this world, were all unable to break through because of the realm. It was also a very strange thing. If everyone was still scattered across the continents, they might not think much of it. They might even think that it was normal. They were already at the peak of this world. How could it be so easy to go further? It was safest and most normal to put them in the thousands or tens of thousands of years of grinding. However, gathering together, it seemed wrong. Now that the war is fierce and dangerous, we might as well go out and fight. Try to find opportunities at the edge of life and death. If we break through, we break through. If we don't, it is just a matter of luck. At this moment, a group of people at the peak of this world looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others with eyes full of envy. Everyone knew one thing. They were stuck at the bottleneck of the realm, but these 15 little guys did not have this concern. What they lacked was just not enough accumulation, which was why they could not continue to break through. In other words, as long as they had enough accumulation, they could break through the bottleneck at any time. Everyone had faintly guessed the reason for this. It was because they had repeatedly suppressed each realm. Every time they broke through, their true essence would be suppressed to the point where they had no choice but to break through. Once they released their true essence, the so-called bottleneck would be easily broken through even if it was not ignored. Now that he thought about it, the path of cultivation was a thorny path. Everyone walked step by step. He had endured that kind of pain 7 times, 8 times, and even the so-called highest number of times, 9 times. It was probably because of the accumulation of such a foundation that he was able to achieve what he had today. However, every time they recalled that kind of pain, they still had lingering fears. But what about Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others? Each of them had gone through 17, 18 times, more than 20 times, and it was said that the most had gone through 40 to 50 times. They had endured dozens of times more than them, and also dozens of times more tragic pain. With such a foundation, such accumulation, if they did not succeed, who would? How could their road ahead not be smooth? Why would there be a bottleneck? Wasn't the so-called bottleneck because of insufficient accumulation in the current realm, making it difficult to break through? It was all their own fault. How could they blame others? Everyone was chosen at the time, the peak of the current world, and also experienced the world. After thinking through this point, they could not even feel jealous. On the battlefield. Suddenly, the wind whistled. In the sky above the 3 continents, blood clouds gathered, as if announcing something. With a roar that shook heaven and earth, the demons, under the lead of the 12 demon gods, finally began an all-out attack. 27,000 miles of the defensive line pressed forward. Billions of demon soldiers pressed forward without holding back, launching an all-out attack. Their intention to finish in one fell swoop was clear. If we can't break through, we will all die here. This was a death order from the 5 great demon lords. The 5 great demon lords held the line in the sky. Demon ancestor Rahu still did not participate in the battle, and no one knew what he was doing. The higher-ups of the 3 continents did not let down their guard at all. Who knew where the demon ancestor was hiding? Who knew what he was planning to do? If he suddenly attacked, even Zhuo Changlu and the flood which would not be able to withstand it, in the battle, The 7 teams of the Umno Alliance and Zhuxiaoduo's insufficient team also joined the battle. They spread out and entered the battlefield separately. As soon as the battle started, all modern communications could not be used. In the beginning, the few signal towers that could barely be maintained communications. This time, all of them were destroyed by the demon masters. Even the mountains were flattened, and the soldiers guarding them were not left with any corpses. Zhuxiaoduo had just left the Annihilation Tower when he felt a rainstorm coming from the sky. It was a rainstorm of fate points. Before entering the Annihilation Tower, just on the battlefield alone, he had scattered more than 1 billion divine secret orders. During this period of cultivation, too many people's divinations had come true, and they had died. These people were all cultivators who had entered the path of Tao, and each of them produced at least 3 drops of fate points. Zhuxiaoduo's harvest from this wave alone was enough to make him explode at least 100,000 times. This is awesome. Zhuxiaoduo felt a rainstorm of fate falling from the sky, and it was all directed at him. He was so happy that he felt a little dizzy. Since there was a large amount of fate points in his account, he would not be stingy at this moment. He immediately shared the benefits with Xiaolong, who was now a great help. Therefore, it started to rain heavily in the Annihilation Tower.
Eat.
You will explode. At this moment, Xiaolong could not help but feel that he had reached the peak of his dragon life. It was like a dream, and he was intoxicated. There was actually a time when he could not finish it. What kind of crazy happiness was this? Countless fate points entered the space of the Annihilation Tower and turned into the energy of the Annihilation Tower. At this moment, because of the battle between the two sides, the Annihilation Tower, which was temporarily empty, suddenly expanded like a balloon. It was visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1295. As more and more fate points entered, the changes in the interior of the Tower of Annihilation also increased. Gradually, fog started to appear in the Tower of Annihilation. Then it started to drizzle. Boundless pure spiritual energy started to form. The height of the entire space also started to increase bit by bit, until the day later, boundless karmic luck began to converge in the sky, forming a small, sparkling star. At this moment, Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian were hiding in Beigong Hao's camp, ready to attack. There were only the 2 of them here, Li Chenglong, and the rest were nowhere to be seen. Since they were not big enough, the small team members scattered into the dense forest. Do whatever you want. Mission 1. Pay attention to the safety of the Commander-in-Chief and ensure that he is not assassinated by the demons. Mission 2. Kill as many demon soldiers as possible. Mission 3. Survive. These were the 3 mission requirements of Military Advisor Li. The main reason why there was such a mission requirement was because Zhuxiaoduo's Heavenly Secret Command indicated that in this battle, Beigong Hao's life would be in danger as the star of misfortune shone upon him. Because of this, Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian chose to hide in this team and wait for an opportunity to save Beigong Hao. However, even Beigong Hao did not know that they were hiding. The 2 of them stood on top of the mountain and looked ahead. In broad daylight, the army of the devil race soared into the sky and surged towards this side. How big is this army? How can there be so many of them? This was the first time Zhuxiaonian had seen such a large-scale battle from such a high vantage point. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The most conservative estimate is that there are at least 3 million demons participating in this battle. Zhuxiaoduo glanced around. Also, there must be a demon god hiding among the ordinary people, waiting for an opportunity to strike. To the upper echelons of the demon race, it doesn't matter even if this batch of demon army is completely wiped out. As long as they can deplete the combat power of the 3 continents to the greatest extent, this price is nothing. Zhuxiaonian took a deep breath. Later, the 2 of us will have to split up. One of us will stay by Commander Beigong's side and be careful in case something happens. One of us will go and kill the first wave. Then one of us will return, and the other will go again. Okay, I will go first, Zhuxiaoduo said. Okay. The demon army flew closer and closer. Their demonic aura was overwhelming. Halfway up the mountain, countless cultivators of the allied army calmly looked at the demon race that was about to arrive. They were expressionless, but in reality, they had already gathered their strength and were ready for this tragic battle. Bei Gonghao's majestic body stood under the commander's flag that fluttered in the wind. He raised his eyebrows and squinted his eyes in concentration. The mountain wind blew, and his clothes fluttered. Bei Gonghao was like a statue. He did not move at all. All the Northern Army soldiers could see their commander standing under the commander's flag when they turned around. He was like a stabilizing needle that calmed the hearts of the Northern Army. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 500 meters. Suddenly, there was a thunderous roar. That roar came from Commander Bei Gong's mouth. Soldiers of the North. Bei Gonghao's order was like the clanging of metal and thunder. We are invincible. The thousands of soldiers on the other side roared in unison. The sound waves accumulated and impacted, stirring up dust that covered the horizon. Bei Gonghao unsheathed his saber. The roar of a dragon and a tiger shook the sky. He pointed forward and shouted, "Kill them all. Don't embarrass me, Bei Gonghao. Don't humiliate the reputation of the Northern Army." Roar, the neat army formation on the other side flew into the sky like lightning. The curtains of the battle were drawn. As soon as the two sides clashed, the moment the two sides came into contact, a dense rain of blood suddenly burst out from the dust that filled the sky. Blood splattered in the air. It fell a few meters before it turned into blood droplets and dripped onto the dust. Puff, 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 dot on the ground. Countless drops of blood smashed into the dust like raindrops. Unexpectedly, the dust that was flying in the air was completely soaked and could not be splashed anymore. The Northern Army was advancing and attacking. There was no turning back. When the Blade Demon was alive, he was stationed in the north. Because of this, many of the Northern Army soldiers were taught by the Blade Demon. Now, the Blade Demon's saber skills were once again shining brightly in this war between humans and demons. When the saber is drawn, there is only life and death. There is no turning back. Kill. A wisp of green smoke flashed across the sky. Zhou Xiaoduo threw out millions of heavenly secret orders. In half a second, he threw them out 10 times. Then, he raised his sledgehammer and smashed into the waves of demons like a meteor. In an instant, it was as if a pillar had suddenly appeared in the middle of a torrential flood, a pillar that stabilized the sea. The moment it landed, the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was fully unleashed. The void trembled, and the gates of hell appeared with a loud rumble. The 99 Kitty Hammer was in full swing. It had already turned into a whirlwind. The moment it came into contact with the 3,000 demons, they were reduced to dust. Blood splattered everywhere like an explosion. Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand, and the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer instantly turned into a meteor hammer. A white and a black light flashed, and Little White and Little Jiao were already in position. This change was limited to a spin on the spot. The range of the attack had expanded to 30 meters. The black and white halos intertwined to form a complete Tai Chi halo, and none of the devilish beings were able to block it for even an instant. Only the one in charge was invincible. Huff, huff, huff. The moment the twin hammers swept up the hurricane, Zhou Xiaoduo was like a giant ship riding the wind and breaking the waves in the ocean. He did not dodge or evade the waves of attacks from the devils, and went against the momentum. Following Zhou Xiaoduo's forceful advance, the black and white halos also quickly followed. In less than 3 breaths of time, the Taiji halos had already rushed out a distance of 1,500 meters. It had also opened up a 60 meters wide complete passage in the midst of the densely packed demon army. It was a bloody path, and Zhou Xiaoduo was still rushing forward, continuing to attack indiscriminately. Along with a muffled sound, there seemed to be a demon expert who came forward to stop the Tai Chi halo. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer's power was already at its peak. The hammer was like a single entity, How could an ordinary demon general block it? Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox with a few muffled sounds and dense screams. All the demon experts who came to stop him were no exception. They were all turned into powder and scattered on the ground. Zhou Xiaonian looked from afar. Zhou Xiaoduo's side seemed to be exploding all the time. Countless people were sent flying in the air. However, they were smashed into pieces in midair. Not even their bones were left. It was a pure death without any injuries. Even someone like Zhou Xiaonian, who knew Zhou Xiaoduo's strength well, couldn't help but be speechless when she saw this scene. Not to mention the other demons, who didn't know about Zhou Xiaoduo's strength and the extent of his strength. Kill him.
Kill him.
Seeing how powerful Zhou Xiaoduo was this time, countless commanders of the demon race roared in anger. Countless demons rushed over at every moment, hoping to break through Zhou Xiaoduo's Tai Chi circle, the death circle, but no one could do anything. But countless devils were still trying, one after another. The devil army had never retreated. Even though they saw Zhou Xiaoduo's strength, they did not feel fear. There was a limit to a person's strength. How could they maintain such a large-scale killer move for a long time? Now, they were just doing it in one spurt. When their strength was exhausted, they would inevitably be devoured by a large number of demons. They wanted to see how long this human could hold on. After a while, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly withdrew his 2 hammers. His body was spinning as if he didn't have enough strength and wanted to retreat. However, there were too many demons around him. They immediately swarmed forward, wanting to cut Zhou Xiaoduo's body into pieces. However, the moment the enemies closed in, they suddenly heard Zhou Xiaoduo's roar. His roar was earth-shattering, and it was not inferior to before. With Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation, how could such a high energy output in such a short period of time be his limit? He just thought of a better way to kill the demons. As far as the eye could see, the primordial fire technique, which had been refined for decades, was activated. As soon as it was activated, the blazing flames instantly rushed out to a radius of thousands of meters. It really happened in an instant. Tens of thousands of demons who were in the range of the primordial fire were all vaporized without exception. Not even a trace of them was left. Just now, when the 2 hammers danced and supported by Bai and Jiao to form the Tai Chi halo, he had just entered the battle and had not entered deep into the enemy's formation. He suddenly launched such a large-scale indiscriminate attack, which might have affected his own soldiers. However, through the Tai Chi halo attack just now, he had long been separated from his own forces. He was alone in the enemy's formation. One of the benefits of being alone in the enemy's formation was also revealed. He didn't have to worry about hurting his own people when he launched any indiscriminate attack. The primordial fire technique came with great force, harvesting the demons in a large area. Zhou Xiaoduo moved again and again, teleporting one after another. Every time he appeared in the midst of the demons, the flames would surge with him. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost in the middle of the demons' army. No matter where he went, there were soaring flames and surging flames. Wherever the flames passed, even the air would be burned to nothing. Later, Zhou Xiaoduo, who was in high spirits, directly controlled the primordial fire, forming a huge fireball that was no less than thousands of meters in size. He forcefully rushed from east to west, making a round trip. With the momentum of a prairie fire, the flames could not be stopped. Wherever they passed, even the mountains and rocks were burned. The air was burning and trembling, and the space was burning and fragmenting. Suddenly encountering such a ferocious and special attack, the demon's offensive momentum was cut in half and stopped by him. Now that Zhou Xiaoduo had reached the peak of the primordial chaos, he was able to use the primordial fire technique, which was almost at the great success realm. Its power was naturally extraordinary, which was why there was such an earth-shaking movement. After the demon's army was divided by Zhou Xiaoduo's strength alone, a gap appeared between the front army and the demons at the back. Chapter 1296. Zhou Xiaoduo swept back and forth in a frenzy. The flames that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth continued to spread. As the primordial fire continued to burn, It covered the sky and covered the earth, vaporizing all the nearby demons. Even though the demons in the rear weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't jump into the sea of fire and die for nothing. As a result, the hundreds of thousands of demons that had already charged forward were surrounded by the Northern Army. Under the situation where the demons had the absolute advantage in numbers, this situation was simply unimaginable. How could the Northern Army let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? One by one, they rushed forward and killed the surrounded demons with all their might. With a flash of extremely cold frost, the tens of thousands of demons along the way were all turned into ice sculptures. Then, they were smashed into pieces by the soldiers of a Northern Army. Countless demonic souls rose into the air and were swept away by the two rays of light, one black and one white. It was Zhuo Xiaonian who had taken the time to swing his sword and fill a gap in the Northern Army that had been created by the demon army. If Zhuo Xiaoduo's moves were said to be domineering, then Zhuo Xiaonian's moves were more focused on the fine details. A single sword strike could freeze tens of thousands of demons without harming a single one of them. This level of control, if one had not reached the realm of minute subtlety, how could one achieve it?
Kill. Kill. Kill.
With such a strong support, the Northern Army's fighting spirit soared. They waved their weapons and killed the demons to their heart's content. More and more demons were dying under his saber, and more of his fellow demons were falling beside him on a battlefield like this. Grief, anger, none of that existed. There was only life and death. There was only waving the blade. Fighting nonstop. Countless demonic souls were sucked into the space of the Tower of Annihilation and devoured by the god-slaying spear, Enrich, as nutrients. A shining spear tip was gradually forming. Although Enrich was only a part of the god-slaying spear's essence and was far inferior to the real god-slaying spear, the nourishment of so many demonic souls caused a qualitative change from quantity to quality, which gave him new characteristics. As long as he could continue to use a massive amount of demonic souls to temper his sharpness and condense a new spear body, he would have the hope of transforming into a realm that was not inferior to innate spiritual objects. He might even be able to compete with them. Of course, this would be an extremely long process. As a large number of demonic souls entered the Tower of Annihilation like clouds of smoke, luck points poured into the Tower of Annihilation like a storm. The transformation of the Tower of Void Extermination continued. Xiao Long was wantonly churning and growing. The originally illusory scale armor was gradually becoming clearer. It was truly, the god-slaying spear was swallowing, inside the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Bai and Jiu were fighting, refining, and devouring. Outside, essence fire soared into the sky, incinerating the heavens and setting the earth alight. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered as he charged forward. It was no wonder that Zhu Wu Zhurong had been targeted during the Great War of the Liches and Demons. The destructive power of the Zhurong flame was unimaginably great when it wreaked havoc in the army. It was as if he was carrying the epicenter of an atomic bomb back and forth in the city of ordinary people, jumping back and forth repeatedly. Furthermore, the prerequisite was that his speed was not slow at all. Wherever he went, he would be vaporized. As long as he could withstand it, he would be able to fight. If the difference in cultivation level was too big, he would be directly burned to death and vaporized. There was no need to make a move at all. Of course, this kind of cultivation technique was not without its drawbacks. The consumption was indeed quite high. Compared to the consumption of the Taiji Halo and the eruption of the elemental fire art, it could not even be described as a child or grandson. Based on this understanding, Zhuo Xiaoduo could only endure the eruption of the elemental fire art for 3 minutes before launching the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer again. Together with Bai and Jiu, they reconstructed the Taiji Halo and set off a bloody storm. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." There was a loud shout. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a huge mace ruthlessly smashed onto the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not dodge. Instead, he gathered all his strength and rushed forward. Good timing. Boom! With this sudden tremor, the entire ground shook. All the demons within a kilometer were bleeding from their 7 orifices. There were few exceptions. Those who were closer to the impact did not even make a sound. They fell to the ground with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. Then, they fell down stiffly like wooden stakes and there was no more sound. Hundreds of demons were killed by the tremor. Zhuo, who bore the brunt of this attack, could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He looked up with bloodshot eyes. In front of him was a demon warrior who was more than 100 feet tall, and he was stumbling backward. The other party had 4 hands, and 2 of them were split open, with blood gushing out. It was obvious that the attack just now was from this devil. Demon God? Zhuo yelled and chased after the demon with his twin hammers. Which one of the 19 demon gods are you? With a sound of metal clashing, the 99 kitty hammers smashed all the demons who tried to stop Zhuo into mincemeat. As a heavenly secret order flew out, Zhuo laughed strangely. Rank 17 of the 19 demon gods. Earth Demon. Ferocious Demon God, your ranking is too low. Isn't it too embarrassing? Come on. I'll help you solve this problem of face. The demon god retreated quickly and said angrily, I don't need your help. I'll kill you, and you won't have any worries. You don't have to care about face. Help is help. You don't have to thank me. You're one of the higher-ups. How dare you attack the ordinary demons? The ferocious demon god despised Zhuo's unruly behavior. You're right. You're right. Let's fight. It's a good time for the higher-ups to fight, Zhuo shouted as he chased after the demon god. We're of equal status.
Hey.
Don't run. The ferocious demon god ran even faster, but he didn't dare to say anything. When they exchanged blows just now, his demonic vitality was almost shattered. This kid's hammers were too hard and too domineering. The top-grade acquired spiritual treasure wolf tooth cudgel that he collected from the iron essence was shattered in one blow. If he continued to fight, he would be courting death. Now that his weapon spirit was shattered, he would be killed in less than 2 blows if he continued to fight. The ferocious demon god was focused on retreating. When he realized that there was no one around him who could stop Zhuo, he turned around and ran as fast as he could. As he ran, he shouted, Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Wait until the decisive battle. I'll fight you to the death. Don't wait until the decisive battle. Let's do it now. Zhuo chased after him and said angrily, You don't let me kill the soldiers, but you don't want to fight with me. You said everything. How can there be such logic in this world? As he shouted, he chased after the demon god. Along the way, countless demons screamed and flew away. The ferocious demon god shouted as he ran, If you have the guts, fight with our demon ancestor. Can you be any more shameless? Zhuo scolded, How can you say such shameless words? You're a disgrace to the demon race. Zhuo's provocation had no effect on the ferocious demon god. The ferocious demon god turned a deaf ear. You can scold me all you want. Anyway, I won't stop to fight with you. This guy ran too fast. Zhuo chased after him like a wave of blood. Most importantly, there were always demons who disregarded their lives to stop him. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Zhuo disappeared. He couldn't help but be angry. Coward.
Bastard.
Zhuo couldn't stop thinking about it, so he activated the primordial fire art again and burned the area around him. In the distance, a pair of eyes suddenly focused on this side. Zhu Rong's successor? There was a ripple in the demon chi, as if someone was muttering to himself. Zhuo was in the midst of his arrogant killing spree. Suddenly, he felt an extreme sense of danger. He couldn't win. Damn. As soon as this sense of danger arose, Zhuo immediately ran back. He activated the Tianyuan escape technique and retreated at the highest speed. In an instant, he flashed hundreds of miles away. Then, he immediately restrained his aura and connected his mind to Zhuo. He immediately entered the Annihilation Tower. Zhuo reacted quickly. She immediately activated her power and sucked the Annihilation Tower over. In just a moment, not only did he disappear from the battlefield, but he also completely disappeared from the world. The demon ancestor's huge divine sense scanned the battlefield, but he couldn't find the guy who was happily setting fire just now. He couldn't help but frown. What a coward. I didn't even release any killing intent. I just wanted to ask if Zhu Rong was still there. He just disappeared. To think that he's Zhu Wu's successor. What a coward. Even the demon ancestor, who was an ancient giant, felt a little depressed. What kind of personality did this guy have? He bullied the weak and feared the strong to the extreme. How could an ancient expert be like this? I just released my divine sense, and you ran away. This guy was unbelievably obedient. The ferocious demon god also felt it. He was instantly energized and turned to chase after Zhuo. However, he couldn't find him. He was furious. Coward, don't run away. The demon ancestor was overthinking. As usual, Zhuo judged others by himself. Since he sensed danger, why would he care about his reputation and image? If I can win, I'll definitely continue to fight. I'll chase after the enemy. I'll be as awe-inspiring as I can be. But now that the demon ancestor's attention is on me, if I don't run, am I going to die? I can't be like the tyrant. When he came out of the Annihilation Tower, he was still in shock. His face was still pale. I felt the demon ancestor's attention just now. Mommy, I was scared to death. This old thing is so shameless. He actually wanted to deal with me personally. That's too immoral. Zhuo was shocked when she heard that. Her face turned pale. The demon ancestor? Is it really the demon ancestor? Yes. Zhuo recalled and shuddered. It's a kind of, how should I put it? It's a kind of demonic aura that fills your body and mind in an instant, then suddenly explodes. This old thing, he actually shamelessly attacked me. Zhuo was very dissatisfied. He muttered, I only killed a few 100,000 of them. That's too shameless. He actually became angry out of embarrassment. In my opinion, this demon ancestor's self-restraint is extremely ordinary. Zhuo looked at the primordial fire that was still burning in the distant battlefield. She fell into deep thought. After a long time, she went against her conscience and agreed. Yes, the demon ancestor Luo Ho is too immoral. 2 chapters today. It's been raining for half an afternoon. It's so cool to watch the rain. Especially those who don't have umbrellas. I can't help them from upstairs, so I can only cheer them on. Chapter 1297. That's right. Demon Ancestor? He has no demeanor at all. He became anxious after killing a few of his people, Zhuo complained. I'll help you beat him up in the future, Zhuo snorted. I have to say that there's something wrong with my mentality. Zhuo paused and smiled bitterly. I've been cultivating in seclusion for so long, and I've been praised by the people around me for so long that I've become blindly arrogant. I even thought that if the 15 of us joined forces, even if we still can't fight against the demon ancestor, we could at least resist a little and escape unscathed. There's always a chance. But this time, we've only felt a little of his aura. That's a power that's truly unrivaled. The Archean Almighty is truly worthy of his reputation. Zhuo looked solemn. It's right to avoid him for now. Then, when you rushed out this time, did you discover the key point of the demon race's plot against Marshal Beigong? Zhuo calmed his mind and focused on the fierce battle in front of him again. He said in a low voice, I did discover something. But because of our intervention, their established plan can't be carried out as scheduled for the time being. They can't gather their manpower. The ferocious demon god that fought with me before was a hidden chess piece of the demon race's army. Now that I rushed out and uncovered it, it's bound to be disconnected from the previous coordination. But now that I've retreated, there's a high chance that the ferocious demon god will blend into the chaotic army again and continue with the original plan. The haze over Marshal Beigong's head still hasn't disappeared, which means that they haven't given up. Zhuo was eager to try. You rushed out just now. Now, It's my turn to go out and rush out again. You stay here and support. No. Zhou Xiaoduo flatly rejected Zhou Xiaonian's suggestion and said in a low voice, the situation now is very different from the ordinary battle formation. If you go out and rush out again, our strength will be exposed too much. Furthermore, the fiend ancestor has already come out. If you go out, I'm afraid you will run into him. It's too dangerous. We'll be hiding near Uncle Beigong. If we can kill 2 or more demon gods in one go, it'll be far more powerful than if we kill 100,000 ordinary demons. Through the exchange just now, I'm confident that as long as we find an opening, it won't be difficult for the 2 of us to kill the demon gods instantly. What you said makes sense. The 2 of them moved stealthily, one on the left and one on the right, lying in ambush behind Bei Gonghao. This was something that even Bei Gonghao himself did not notice. The demon clan's attack became even more ferocious. It was like a stormy sea, endless and growing fiercer and fiercer. On the other hand, Bei Gonghao's strategy was just as clear. Do your best to kill the enemy. If you're injured or not at full strength, retreat immediately. Retreat. There's nothing we can do if they're killed before they can retreat. However, if they're injured and can retreat but are killed instead, we'll cancel the preferential treatment for martyrs who died in battle. This order had greatly reduced the casualties of the Northern Army. Once someone was injured, the other comrades would risk their lives to escort him back. Now, all of the injured had already been evacuated and sent back wave by wave. Bei Gong had already made up his mind. Today, he would have a fierce battle with the demons. He had to give them a good beating and try his best to eliminate as many demons as possible without losing too much of his forces. Only then could he complete the mission of the Allied forces. In other words, this was a battle that the demon clan was determined to win. For the Alliance, this was the final battle in the Sea of Plagues. Wave after wave of wounded officers and soldiers retreated. The reserves and reinforcements took their place and withstood the attacks of the demons. Commander, it's about time. Let's get ready to retreat. The deputy general rushed forward. Bei Gonghao stood on the high ground and said indifferently, wait for the first batch of brothers to retreat, then we'll retreat immediately. It's better to prepare early. Now, there are signs that time is not on my side. If there's any delay, I'm afraid it'll be too late. The morale of the army is the most important. If even I, as the commander, can't hold on and retreat first, how can the morale of the army not be disrupted? Bei Gonghao said indifferently, if the morale of the army is disrupted, it'll be the same as me personally sending these brothers who could have lived to their deaths. As long as I, Bei Gonghao, am still standing here, even if there's only one person left on the front line, it's still the Northern Army. The Northern Army will still exist. Take the injured and retreat first. Seeing that the deputy general was still trying to persuade him, Bei Gonghao glared at him. This is a military order. Carry it out. Yes. The deputy general saluted, turned around, and quickly retreated with 1,000 or so injured soldiers who had just retreated. Bei Gonghao looked at the demon clan army that was still surging forward like a tidal wave. Seeing that the defensive line was in a precarious state and could be broken at any time, he said indifferently, order the entire army to retreat. The bugle horn sounded, and the entire Northern Army that was fighting at the front turned around and charged. Bei Gonghao stood on the high ground, waving his black banner in the wind. He shouted, Northern Army retreat. Commander! Countless Northern Army soldiers shouted in unison as they rushed out like a tidal wave and retreated. Bei Gonghao was still standing there without moving. Just as he said, as long as he was there, the Northern Army would be there. All the Northern Army soldiers were at peace. The commander was still commanding, and the Northern Army was only retreating strategically. We haven't lost. Seeing that the Northern Army was retreating, the Demon Clan army's aura became even stronger. Another Demon Clan army of hundreds of thousands took advantage of the situation and attacked from the sky. The Dao League did not set up a no-fly zone here. What a sin! Bei Gong-hao pulled out his long saber and said to the 36 saber guards and 3,000 personal guards beside him, 15 minutes. Bring up the rear for our brothers. Yes. Everyone leaped into the sky. A dazzling saber light that was like a wave of snow instantly filled the entire defensive line. Wherever the saber light passed, blood would be seen everywhere. Within the Demon Clan army, dozens of experts roared and charged forward, intending to resist the Northern Army. This was the strongest and also the last resistance. Bei Gong-hao laughed loudly. His muscular body leaped into the sky. The saber light that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly flashed. The dozen or so sky-grade demon generals in the air were completely unable to resist, and were all cut in half by a single slash. Under the defense of Bei Gong-hao's 3,000 people, the Demon Clan army was like a tide that had hit a reef. They could not advance a single step. The Northern Army's 3,000 people were like a dam that had broken the river. No matter how strong the Demon Clan army was, they could not advance a single step. In a flash, demon flames suddenly rose. 3 figures flashed in the sky like ghosts. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 10 zhong away from Bei Gong-hao. A saber, a sword, and a mace attacked at the same time. Their target was Bei Gong-hao. At the same time, 3 spatial cages came down from above. This was the Demon Clan's true killing move against Bei Gong-hao. Operation Decapitation. The 3 demon gods attacked together, hoping to kill Bei Gong-hao in one move. Dense poisonous gas surged in the sky. Bei Gong-hao's expression froze. He shouted harshly, "Retreat." The situation changed again. This time, it was a drastic change. But Bei Gong-hao was still calm. He was confident that he could charge out of the encirclement of the 3 demon gods. He who had been through thousands of battles did not care about such a small scene. Demon clowns, small tricks, not worth laughing at. However, there was another unforeseen event. After the 3 demon gods roared, their bodies suddenly spun, and the demon flames suddenly burst out, causing an unprecedented earthquake. And in that instant, the 3 fiend celestials fused into one. They combined into a gigantic devil god with 3 heads and 6 arms, standing over 10,000 feet tall. Every movement of his was as heavy as a mountain, and he came crashing down. Originally, even if the 3 demon gods worked together, they would only be slightly stronger than Bei Gong-hao. But in an instant, their strength increased by more than 10 times. Such an increase in strength was more than 10 times what Bei Gong-hao could bear. Just one hit, and it would be fatal. Bei Gong-hao's expression darkened. Such a change was beyond his imagination. But he still did not panic. Facing such a dangerous situation, panic would only hasten his death. Instead, he fought with all his might. Even if he did not have much confidence, he could still find a way to survive. In the face of death, he would fight for a narrow escape. Just as Bei Gong-hao decided to fight to the death, another change occurred. "It's been so tiring to wait for you." A ball of fire suddenly appeared. The spearhead was pointed at the towering demon god. Then, a layer of frost spread for tens of thousands of meters. The cold sword light seemed to cut the heaven and earth in half, shining brilliantly. The hissing sound of the ice spirit could destroy one's soul. If it was not Zhuo Xiaoyan, who else could it be? On the other side, Zhuo Xiao duo flashed in front of Bei Gong-hao like a meteor chasing after the moon. He activated his 9-9 cat hammer with all his strength, and the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was fully unleashed. With an unparalleled aura that could shatter heaven and earth, he faced the demon god's fatal attack head-on. With a humming sound, the gates of hell opened once again. A black and a white ray of light took the lead to meet the gigantic mace of the 3 great demon gods.
Boom.
For the first time, Zhu Rong's primordial fire merged with the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer and attacked together. This explosion was so close that it shocked the heavens. The violent sound waves caused the nearby mountains to collapse. Rocks flew thousands of zhong into the air. Even with Bei Gong-hao's cultivation, he was dizzy from the shock. He could barely stand. But the demon god's attack was blocked by Zhou Xiaoduo's twin hammers. In a flash, Zhou Xiaoyan came to Bei Gonghao's side. She reached out and grabbed Bei Gonghao's collar. She shouted, "Uncle Bei Gong, retreat." Another ball of ice and frost was unleashed, transforming all of the attacking devilish beings into ice sculptures. However, the humans who were still engaged in battle only felt a chill instead of being frozen to death. Instead, they were reinvigorated. In terms of the use of cultivation techniques, Zhou Xiaoyan had already reached the level of transformative realm. She was even more powerful than Zhou Xiaoduo. Retreat. As the commander of an army, Bei Gongha was naturally good at seizing opportunities. He made a prompt decision and roared. He led 3,000 bodyguards and 36 saber guardians to retreat without any hesitation. As for Zhou Xiaoduo, who received the attack, his body tumbled in the air like a meteor. He was sent tumbling 100 times by this attack, and for a moment, he was unable to control his body and stabilize himself. But the situation of the three demon gods was even worse. Chapter 1298. The combined attack of the three demon gods was extremely powerful. It could instantly increase the combined power of the three by 10 times. It was a complete fusion of the divine souls. Such power was always a one-hit kill. No matter what enemy they faced, they had already tested it many times. The power was so great that even they were shocked by it. At this moment, they had already forced Bei Gongha into a corner. They were just waiting for a successful attack. Even if Bei Gongha wanted to counterattack, he would not be able to withstand the power of that attack. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's sudden intervention raised the power of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer to its peak. The power of his cultivation had also reached its peak. All kinds of divine techniques merged into one. The madness of the primordial fire was like adding wings to a tiger. The three demon gods did not expect this kid's explosive power to be so much stronger than Bei Gonghao's. It was even more powerful than the combined power of the three demon gods. This was simply unbelievable. In addition, they were caught off guard. After a crazy collision, the combined mental strength of the three demon gods was completely smashed apart. It was as if their bodies were completely torn apart. Bai Ah and Jiu's yin and yang powers instantly rushed out. At the same time that the three demon gods' divine souls were shattered, another wave of soul attack was launched. This directly caused the three demon gods' powers to rebound. Then, the other party's hammer was not exhausted. It smashed over as if the sky was collapsing after the spiritual power was severed. The fused body was also smashed and split into three independent bodies. Every one of them spat out blood and fell backward weakly. They only felt that their mental strength was in a daze, and they had lost the ability to think. Only the ferocious demon god was prepared the moment Zhou Xiaoduo appeared. After being smashed apart, it did not resist and flew far away. Kid's assistant. From the demon army, 3 figures shot over. Obviously, they were here to help. The demon ancestors' mental strength was also shaken, unfortunately. They were destined to be disappointed. Zhou Xiaoduo had already smashed the demon god into pieces and lost consciousness. How could the nearby Zhou Xiaoyan miss such a great opportunity to kill the enemy's chieftain? With a stern shout, the spirit-snatching sword instantly turned into a snowstorm, suddenly shattering the entire space. Even 2 of the 3 demon gods had been turned into ice shards. The demon god's tough body was almost defenseless against Zhou Xiaoyan's spirit snatcher sword. It had already turned into a rain of blood. Swish, swish. 2 streaks of light, one black and one white, shot out. Bai and Jiu happily rushed into the shattered space.
What?
It immediately swallowed the souls of the 2 demon gods, and then flew back with a whoosh. What a great tonic. At the same time, the god-slaying spear Yanshursi in the space of the exterminating void tower suddenly grew bigger. The shining spear tip and half of the spear body had actually taken shape. What a great tonic, Yanshursi whined greedily. If he could kill a few more of these high-quality ones, it would be too nourishing. You almost made me take shape in an instant, although it was still far from the real god-slaying spear. Once it was formed, it would be able to form a complete spear spirit. I know all the methods that the god-slaying spear knows. I can use all of them. I have limitless potential for growth. The Wahuang sword and Xiao were flying back and forth. They were a little anxious. There's a big battle outside. Why don't you let us out to fight? What the hell? The Zhuo Xiaonian, who had succeeded in her attack, did not continue fighting. She quickly tore through the void, grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's neck, and disappeared in a flash. The two demon gods vanished into thin air. The third surviving demon god was the ferocious demon god. Because he had fought with Zhuo Xiaoduo before, after taking the blow head-on, he was scared witless and flew several thousand feet away. The Zhuo Xiaonian only had the time for one blow, so it was too late to deal with him. However, when he saw his two brothers' souls being swallowed in an instant, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A wave of fear surged in his heart, and his body trembled. That was close. Damn it! A series of earth-shattering roars came from behind. The few demon lords and demon gods that came as reinforcements clenched their teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. Be it Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer or Zhuo Xiaonian's sword, even if they killed a demon god without any deliberate pursuit, they would only destroy his physical body. As long as his essence spirit remained, with the fiend ancestor around, he could refine his fiend aura and recover in half a month. However, what were those two black and white beams of light? They were so domineering that they could devour a demon god's essence spirit in a split second. That was too terrifying. That was the soul of a demon god. Although it could not be said to be indestructible, it should not have been so easily killed. Wasn't it too easy to die? In the distance, the god-slaying spear that was flying over like a bolt of lightning clearly sensed the two black and white beams of light. It clearly felt its heart palpitate.
Whoa.
The god-slaying spear actually paused for an inexplicable moment. However, in that instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian tore through the void and vanished without a trace. The god-slaying spear buzzed and vibrated. It was very displeased that it had paused for a moment. It sliced the air into pieces to vent its anger. After a while, it flew back to the fiend ancestor. The fiend ancestor had been guarding the rear. When he saw the god-slaying spear fly back, he looked at the god-slaying spear with a puzzled expression. He meant, "What's wrong with you?"
There seems to be
the aura of an unfamiliar connate spirit root. The god-slaying spear appeared to be a little surprised. The god-slaying spear was familiar with the so-called connate spirit root. They were all old opponents from the primordial era. However, what was up with the two unfamiliar faces here? Therefore, it subconsciously thought about it and made a judgment. With that thought, it slowed down its extreme speed for a moment and missed the enemy. The god-slaying spear also felt embarrassed. Unfamiliar connate spirit root? The fiend ancestor frowned. How can a new connate spirit root appear in this world? It doesn't make sense. The god-slaying spear flashed with a beam of light. It transformed into a picture. In the light was a gourd vine. It has its aura. The fiend ancestor's eyes focused. There's such a thing? The god-slaying spear buzzed as it flew back and forth, looking a little frustrated. The fiend ancestor Rahu also frowned.
Is it new?
Or is it two of the original 7? It's new, and it's a little immature. Immature? The fiend ancestor's eyes widened. Now that the continent had returned and the heavenly secrets were in chaos, the fiend ancestor could not deduce it. He frowned and thought for a long time before muttering, "Could it be? There's a new birth?" But the 7 back then had already been plucked.
No.
That was 7. If we add these two, wouldn't it be 9? SSS. The fiend ancestor gasped as his eyes were filled with shock. 9 is the extreme number.
Could it be 9?
Is the extreme number? These two have the ability to devour souls, the fiend ancestor asked in a deep voice. No, it's not completely devouring souls. It seems. The god-slaying spear buzzed as it flew. After a long time it said, It seems like heaven and earth's yin and yang, but it's too far away. Heaven and earth's yin and yang. The fiend ancestor's eyes flickered. For a moment, no one knew what he was thinking.
They're still weak now.
If they grow and combine forces, they'll probably be stronger than the other 7, the god-slaying spear added. The fiend ancestor did not reply. The fiend army had reached billions. They were like locusts as they charged towards the tall mountain. After paying hundreds of millions of casualties, the first stage of the fiend invasion was finally successful. The retreating Alliance army looked at the tall mountain behind them that was getting further and further away. Their eyes flashed with deep regret. Although the fiends had come ashore from here, this was the border of the Dao League's continent. The continuous mountain range and steep cliffs could be considered a natural barrier. If the Dao Alliance had constructed the heroic soul barrier here, the demon race would have a hard time breaking through the restricted airspace barrier. If they really wanted to break through this barrier, they would have to take one step at a time. They definitely wouldn't be able to fly up and attack from above like they were doing right now. Even if a few of the higher-ups could break through the restricted airspace, it was only a minority. The threat was relatively limited. At the end of the day, if the fiend ancestor Rahu did not appear, the others would not be a threat. It would be difficult for them to break through. In this way, if the fiend race wanted to break into the Dao League's continent, even if they succeeded, they would have to pay 3 to 5 times the casualties. More likely, this place would become the second Sun-Moon Pass, sealing the fiend race outside the Dao League's continent for a long time. This was because the heroic Soul Pass terrain could not be destroyed. It would give the Alliance army an excellent geographical advantage. Furthermore, if the fiend race's continent returned in a similar direction as the fiend race's continent, and the 2 continents were connected, the fiend race could even become a barrier for the 3 continents to resist the fiend race. Even if it was only a small part of the barrier, it was still very good. When that happened, it was very likely that they would just sit back and watch the dogs fight each other, however. A mistake on the Dao League side, a little selfishness, and a little arrogance had ruined a good hand of cards. It had destroyed all the good situations.
There were now 7 to 8 gaps in the tall mountain.
Those were the gaps caused by the destruction of the entire mountain. The natural moat had turned into a smooth road. This was especially so for the Dao League's teams. After recognizing the current situation, their faces were filled with tears. Boundless regret, boundless remorse, boundless grief and grief. The retreat of the army stretched for thousands of miles.
It was a spectacular sight.
Along the way, countless Dao League citizens looked at the rapidly retreating army in the sky. They were all stunned. Ever since the start of the war, there had been a notice, or rather, there had always been a notice to forcibly migrate. Every day, there would be soldiers mobilizing 7 to 8 times a day. It had been 2 months since then. Although many people had already migrated inland with their families, there were still many people who would rather die than leave. No matter what was said, they would not budge. If they were forced to migrate, they would fight to the death. They would not relent even if they were beaten to death. This is my home. This is my land. This is where my ancestors have lived for generations. I would rather die than leave. Chapter 1299. All right, now. The sudden retreat of the army and the faintly discernible collapse of the mountain stunned these people who refused to leave. Take us away. Some people began to shout at the sky from the ground. Please, take us away. The wind and clouds surged in the sky. The first wave of the Umno Alliance's army retreated, the second wave of the Astral Souls army retreated, and the last wave of the Dao League's army retreated. Battered and bruised, wave after wave of people flew away. But no one lowered their heads to look. Pitiful? Pitiful. They were about to become food for the demons, and also fresh human lives. As fellow humans, how could they not feel pity? But did they deserve pity?
No.
Pitiful people must have something hateful about them, and they were such hateful and pitiful people. There was a very clear answer to this question. If they stopped now and took the people with them, they would only implicate those who stayed behind and would be torn apart by the demons.
And
The biggest possibility was that if the army stopped to take these people away, they might have hope in their hearts and wouldn't leave. If the army stayed behind, why should they leave? Taoist Lei closed his eyes and gave the order for the army to retreat at full speed. Then, a deafening wave of curses came from below. High and mighty, shameless people. Living off the people's hard work and enjoying the support of our taxpayers, you want to flee at the last minute. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Is this still our army? Is this still our army?
Bah.
I'm really blind. I've paid taxes for so many years for nothing. Greedy and cowardly, shameless. The curses echoed for thousands and tens of thousands of miles. The Dao League soldiers who were bathed in blood were all covered in wounds. They kept their mouths shut and retreated with their heads down. Countless people's faces were full of tears. They really did their best.
But
what else could they do now? Who could they blame? Although the higher-ups made a mistake, the allied forces of the 3 continents, especially the Dao League soldiers, used their lives to buy a buffer of 2 months, enough for everyone to retreat. After 2 months of bloody battles, the Alliance army had suffered tens of millions of casualties. Could it be fake? We risked our lives to buy time for you to retreat. You don't want to leave. You don't want to leave even if I force you with a blade. You say that you want to die here even if you die. Then just stay here. Don't tell me that you want all the soldiers to die here just because you don't want to leave. Your lives are human lives, but aren't the lives of soldiers our lives? Although everyone understood this principle and knew what was right and wrong, the reality was that the army had abandoned the common people. This kind of heavy moral condemnation, even if he knew that the decision to withdraw was the right one, how could he bear it? He had no regrets and a clear conscience? Would he really feel at ease just because he had a dream in the middle of the night? The wind and clouds changed as the army whizzed past, leaving behind a trail of dust on top of the mountain. Demonic flames soared into the sky as countless demons flew up and rushed towards this side. The originally peaceful and tranquil place of residence was about to become a living hell. In fact, all living beings would be exterminated, and not even a blade of grass would grow. Everyone looked at the sky in despair, hoping for a miracle to happen, hoping for a savior to suddenly descend. Until their vision was blocked by the ferocious figures of the demons. When their bodies were cut open, when blood flowed out of their chests, when their loved ones screamed and became food in the mouths of the demons. As they screamed, they were devoured alive. Everyone regretted it. If they could do it all over again, they would definitely migrate back when the first order was given. But life couldn't be repeated. People would only regret at the last moment. But when things came to it, what was the point of regretting at the last moment? It was already too late to regret. For those who retreated, the tens of millions of casualties were considered meaningful. But for those who stayed behind, those who died in battle, they died with their eyes wide open. If you don't leave, then what's the point of the time that we fought so hard for? Heavenly Wolf Pass. Although this pass was much lower than the high mountains of the Plague Coast, it was still a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. The high mountains on both sides were like a barrier. The only path was a plain area that was less than 1,000 miles in the middle. During this period of time, countless heroes and seniors of the Dao League stepped forward bravely and sacrificed their own flesh and blood to become the new heroic Soul Pass. The air-restricting domain was also densely set up. Under the leadership of the 12 great shamans, the Umno Alliance's army whizzed past without stopping at all. They respected the army of astral souls, respected them, appreciated them, and even admired them. But they didn't have a good impression of the Dao League at all, let alone respect it. Following that, the army of astral souls also didn't stop at all. They shattered the flowing clouds in the sky and sped away. They had more important missions and their respective defense lines to build. The war had just begun. If they were sad about the sacrifices or the battles that were about to be sacrificed in battle, they didn't need to do anything else. Time wasn't on their side. Zhou Chenglu and the other higher-ups stopped for a while to bid farewell to Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun. It was because they wouldn't meet again in the future, so they bid farewell to these two old friends for the last time. Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun would lead the 6 heavenly kings of the Tao League and 20 million soldiers to stay here and fight to the death with the demon race. Everyone knew that these 20 million soldiers would never return to the astral souls alive. This farewell was really the last farewell, the last farewell. Daoist Lei and the others felt like their hearts were being cut by knives. They held their 2 brothers' hands, and their eyes were red. The 7 swords of the Tao League had reached the peak of the Tao League together. Their friendship lasted for tens of thousands of years, and they shared heaven and earth. Who would have thought that they would have to part today? Indeed, the world was like a game of chess, unpredictable, and the future was unknown. Boss, from now on, the Tao League will be handed over to you. You must do well. Daoist Yun smiled, looking very carefree. Brother. Daoist Lei's voice was trembling. We must try our best to make up for the mistakes we made. Then let us do it. Boss, the people of the Tao League behind you still need to rely on you to migrate. If there are stubborn people, just let them be. It's important to save ourselves. Those who don't know how to love themselves are asking for death. Don't be wishy-washy. Now is the autumn of war and the extinction of our race. We've already done our best. I understand. Brothers, it's a bit tacky to meet again, but I still want to say that it's tacky to meet again. Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun faced the other 5 swords and bowed. In this life, we've been happy to be together with our brothers. I'm afraid we'll have to leave first. You must take care of yourselves. No, you must take care of yourselves. When they said the last few words, their voices couldn't help but tremble. After tens of thousands of years of brotherhood, today's farewell was more than just sad. Daoist Lei, Daoist Feng, and the others felt their throats clog up. They said hoarsely, Brother, take care. Daoist Yun smiled faintly and turned to look at Zhuo Chonglu. For so many years, although I've always been selfish, in the face of the big picture, I'm not an ignorant person. Even if you ask me today, I still don't regret the selfish things I've done in the past. When I tried to assassinate your son, I was the one who gave the hint. Maybe I was wrong in this matter. However, I know my personality. If I could do it all over again, I'm afraid I'd do it again. Because I'm really jealous of the good and the capable. That's my nature. I don't regret it. Daoist Yun smiled freely. However, I also don't regret staying behind to fight the demons to the death. Minister, although I, Daoist Yun, am a despicable person, I'm still a despicable person. I can't be considered a hero. But today, even if I have to be a hero, I have to be a hero. Zhuo Chonglu pondered for a while and said, You staying behind today is a heroic act. However, I don't have the right to forgive you for your petty mistakes. In short, you and I are friends. I only hope that you live happily and die heroically. Daoist Yun laughed out loud. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to live a happy life, but I can definitely die a heroic death. Zhuo Chonglu also laughed. He cupped his fists and said, After parting today, our friendship and gratitude are gone. If there's a next life, we'll be friends again. We'll be enemies again. Amidst his laughter, Zhuo Chonglu tore open the space with one hand. His body flashed and disappeared without a trace. The only reason he stayed behind was to bid farewell to her. And in this last period of time, he still wanted to give them some time together. How could Zhuo Chonglu not understand the ways of the world? Therefore, he simply left after saying goodbye. You guys should leave as well. I'm going to organize the army and prepare for battle. Daoist Yun and Daoist Hua hardened their hearts and urged. They knew that if they didn't chase their brothers away, they would be even more reluctant to leave when the demon army attacked. The demon army had the demon ancestor. If things went wrong, the 7 swords of the Tao League would all become history. They might as well just leave the 2 of them and hope that the demon ancestor wouldn't fight personally. This way, the 2 of them and the 20 million soldiers under them could buy as much time as possible for the rear. Brother. Daoist Feng felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Tears flowed out of his eyes. The demon army is about to arrive. Are you sure you want to abandon the big picture and stay here with the 2 of us? Daoist Hua said angrily. If that's the case, then what's the point of us staying behind and dying willingly? Under Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun's urging, the remaining 5 swords of the Dao League left with their army. Daoist Hua and Daoist Hua didn't have time to say anything. They immediately split up and organized the army to prepare for battle. The remaining 20 million soldiers were divided into 3 waves. The first wave quickly filled up the Brave Soul Pass and all the restricted airspace. Before the second and third waves finished organizing, the dark shadows of the demon army had already appeared in the distance. They were like a dark cloud that covered the sky and the earth, pressing towards the side. Chapter 1300. Everyone, get ready. Daoist Yun's roar shook the entire place. Everyone could hear it. He knew that there was a heroic soul pass here, but the demon race didn't know about it yet. The demon race would definitely be caught off guard for a period of time and turn into dumplings. This might be the Dao League's only chance to take advantage of the situation. If he couldn't even take advantage of such an opportunity and missed it, then this commander would really be worse than a pig's brain. As expected, when the demon race's army was 100 miles away, all the demon race's army suddenly fell down neatly, like angels with broken wings. When the ones in front fell down, the ones following closely behind naturally noticed that something was wrong. However, the ones behind couldn't notice it at all. As a result, even though the first wave of people saw the first wave of people falling and wanted to stop, they were still pushed into the restricted airspace by the army behind them. Just like the first wave, they fell down with a thud. Just like a bowl, the Devil Race's army, which was in front and behind, fell to the ground in piles. The ground in front of them suddenly flipped over. Countless Dao League's army rushed up like mad tigers. The dense rain of arrows directly covered the sky. Countless axes, blades, and swords. Almost all the weapons that could injure the enemy were thrown by the army of the Dao Alliance with all their might, filling them with vital energy. At this moment, looking down from the sky, the demon race's army that fell to the ground couldn't be seen. Only the weapons that covered the sky could be seen. In an instant, only waves of blood could be seen rising into the sky. The spectacular scene at this moment was simply unbelievable. It was as if a bomb was suddenly thrown into the boundless sea of blood. The demon race's army, including the frontline commanders, never expected that the no-fly zone that they hadn't discovered or appeared for such a long time would suffer such a loss at this moment when everyone was rushing overexcitedly. In a moment of haste, something unexpected happened. They didn't even have time to react before they were killed, and their blood flowed like a river. And the demon race's army in the sky was still falling down like dumplings at this moment. More and more commanders were roaring furiously. Stop.
Stop.
There's a no-fly zone in front. The demon race's army along the way had already gathered and stopped. But now, billions of soldiers were moving at the same time. How could they be stopped by a single command? The demon race's army at the back was still charging forward. As for the army of Dao Alliance, after throwing out all the hidden weapons that they had prepared, the first group of soldiers of Dao Alliance had already charged into the piles of demons on the ground with weapons in hand. They raised their sabers and slashed down, causing blood to spurt into the sky. When they finally stopped the demon race's army and stopped outside the no-fly zone, the demon race's army had already lost more than 300,000 soldiers. The demon race's armies and they worse armies were almost completely. The armies into the demon army The S armies have, at this moment, Zhuo, who is tens of thousands of kilometers away, was receiving Providence points like a storm every second. However, Zhuo didn't keep them. Instead, he put them into the Tower of Annihilation. During the few months he was at the front line, Zhuo's heavenly secret orders didn't differentiate between friend and foe. He would give them to anyone he saw, and he would give them to millions of people. In total, he had given out more than 3 billion heavenly secret orders. Now, The providence points that were raining down every day seemed boundless, but in fact, it was less than 1/10 of the number that was given out previously. Sometimes, Zhuo would think that a considerable portion of these providence points were probably the life scars left behind by heroes. Although this thought was heavy, it disappeared in a flash. Heavenly secret fate. Most of them couldn't be changed, or they couldn't be saved in time. This was a war that engulfed the 4 continents and involved hundreds of billions of lives. At this moment, it wasn't that the so-called mercy and mercy didn't need to exist, but that they didn't have the time to exist. There was no lack of people who had never experienced war who would scold, "Are you fucking inhumane? Your comrades are dying in front of you one by one, but you're so indifferent." You even want to step on their heads and continue to move forward, dragging their corpses over to block your blade. Doesn't your heart hurt? Are you still human? In the eyes of the soldiers who had really been to the front line and seen blood and death, the people who said these words were so naive that they should be scolded to the point that their whole family should die. Because on the battlefield, there was no time to cry, let alone pity, let alone grief. Once tears appeared in your eyes, it would cause you to be unable to see the enemy clearly. At this moment, even if it was only for half a second, it was enough to kill you more than 10 times. After the war, you could be sad and reminiscing no matter what, but during the war, think about it yourself. Just like now. The defense line of the Astral Souls continent was in the White Mountain snowfield. The soldiers of the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance continued to strengthen the fortress on the original foundation of the Hero Soul Pass. The heavy snow in the sky was still fluttering and falling in a dense manner. The 8,000-li defensive line of White Mountain was filled with white frost as far as the eye could see. However, everyone knew one thing. Soon, the snow that had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years in the White Mountain snowfield would be completely stained red and even melted by the boiling blood. This was going to become a true battlefield, because behind it was a vast expanse of fertile land, a vast expanse of flat land, and the interior of the Astral Souls continent. If they gave up on this place, or if the defense line was breached by the demon army, there would be no more natural barriers within a radius of 30,000 kilometers of the Astral Souls continent. Although there were mountain peaks and dense forests, there was no geographical barrier that connected them together. Even if they set up defenses, the demon army would be able to easily bypass them. Hence, to the Astral Souls continent, this was already the final defense line. If this defense line was breached, then they would have to defend one city after another in the future. That way, their forces would be unprecedentedly dispersed, and the so-called Allied army would be destroyed in a very short period of time. All the powerful beings of the Tao integration stage and above were constantly patrolling the various fortresses. In some of the more spacious areas, they even built new brave soul fortresses. Zhuo, Li Chenglong, Zhuo and the others led the 56 juniors of the Umno Alliance into the snowfield and disappeared. What are we doing?
Digging.
The long underground tunnel that Zhuo and Zhuo had dug out was once again dug by everyone. However, the movement this time was very different from the last time. Zhuo had dug out all of the mysterious ice underground and stored it in the Spatial Destruction Tower. Next, the 70 people split up into 70 directions and dug around the clock. They dug thousands of meters deep and then dug out as much as they could until the demon army arrived. Zhuo even planned to dig out half of the mountain in front of them. When Zhuo and the others heard about their movements, they also came over to take a look. After seeing Zhuo's arrangements, Zhuo vaguely guessed the deeper meaning of his actions. Thus, he set up 3 brave soul fortresses on both sides of the mountain and set up a no-fly zone. Of course, there was no need for troops to be stationed here, as long as there was a no-fly zone. The non-toxic witch and Zhuyan volunteered to stay here and set up an ambush. They also placed a large amount of extreme poison in the large holes that they dug. You guys have to take it easy this time. The territory is different now. Don't blow the poison onto our own people's faces when the wind blows, Zhuo reminded them again. The 2 of them thought about it and didn't act stubbornly. Instead, they changed their established strategy and changed the form of extreme poison into a poison explosion. With just this wave, it won't be a problem to kill hundreds of thousands of demon army soldiers. The flood which checked and said to Zhuo Chonglu, "My prediction is about the same number. But my idea is to gather the higher-ups on our side and go all out to try to replicate the ambush on the Plague Coast." Of course, that's not a problem. There was an opening on the side. All the people of the Tao League passed through in a long line and were led into the interior of the continent of astral souls by the allied forces. However, Daoist Thunder and the others still felt like their hearts were being twisted by a knife as they watched the number of people passing through. There were actually so many people who thought that they were lucky. People who said that they would rather die than migrate were everywhere. It wasn't just the Tao League. The dozens of cities in the continent of astral souls near White Mountain were also ordered to migrate. There were also many people in the astral souls near White Mountain who claimed that they would rather die than migrate. And with regards to this point, even those at the highest level of astral souls were helpless against it. It could only be said that, at any time, in any era, in any world, such fools were never in the minority. There were even many scholars who wrote poems to express their heroic feelings. They were impassioned and full of vigor. When the higher-ups heard this, their first thought was to slap these fools to death. You're not even a warrior of the lowest level. How can you be so heroic when you face the demon army? Are you going to stuff them to death with your own flesh and blood? These impassioned words were completely indifferent to the soldiers. With this poem, we will fight to the death. Without this poem, we will also fight to the death. We will be here. To live, we will live and fight here. To die, we will be buried here and sleep forever. It didn't matter. But to the ordinary people, the effect of these powerful poems was unparalleled. They successfully incited the people's determination to fight to the death. Facing this kind of encouragement, it was really tiring. Chapter 1301. Even Yu Xingqian, who had the best temper among the higher-ups, couldn't help but sigh. Now I really understand what it means to be a useless scholar. It's not just useless. Dragging others down and sending them to their deaths is first class, super top class. All kinds of weirdos sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Especially when a letter was sent to Zhuo Chonglu. Zhuo Chonglu flew into a rage. These scholars who wrote poems to encourage the people, after a few days of heroism, most of them joined the migration team and went inland to avoid the disaster. I've done my duty. I'm weak, so I won't stay and cause trouble. People have to know their limits. I used my culture. I used my poems to drum up the fighting spirit. They said so. Zhuo Chonglu fumed with anger and ordered, "Capture them all and put them to death. Capture one less and bring his head to me." Such a farce actually happened every day. The higher-ups didn't even dare to tell the soldiers. It was really too much to shake the morale of the army. There was actually a bunch of such things that we tried so hard to protect. What the hell? The heavenly king of the right was so angry that his face turned green. He personally led his men to capture them. You encouraged the people and made them fight the immortals and gods. That was a big crime. If they could really stay, it would be fine. But after you sent everyone to their deaths, you actually ran away yourself. Righteous people are usually butchers, but unfaithful people are usually scholars. This sentence was actually so vivid in this war where the demons were pressuring the top and the races were being exterminated. Here, preparations were in full swing. All the troops of the Astral Souls, and even some experts of the Astral Souls gang, were desperately gathering at the White Mountain Range. All the major sects of the Astral Souls had also arrived. Days passed by one after another. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others dug for 10 days. When they were tired, they entered the Tower of Annihilation to rest, and then cultivated for a few months before coming out to dig again. Well, a few months was nothing more than half a night or a few hours in the real world. Time flew by. In the first few days of the Tao League, news could still be sent back. However, after 10 days, all modern communications were completely paralyzed. No news could be sent back. It was not hard to imagine how intense the battle over there was. Fortunately, Elder Wan Minqing extended a helping hand here. He used the grasshopper as a means of communication and acted as a correspondent, allowing the communication to be smooth again. Elder Wan originally didn't want to get involved in the war between the continents. Even though the devil ancestor's cultivation was exceedingly high, if Elder Wan decided not to meet him face to face, even the devil ancestor couldn't do anything about it. However, the demon race had gone too far. They had devoured the entire area within tens of thousands of miles after the Tao League had retreated. No matter if they were humans or animals, all living creatures were wiped out. Seeing such a tragic scene, Wan Minqing, who was a good person, could not help but have the impulse to stop the evil and save the common people. However, Elder One knew that he was not good at fighting. Although his cultivation was high, his killing intent was not strong. He simply set off for the White Mountain Range. Through Zhua Xiaoduo, he contacted Zhua Chonglu and expressed his intention to do his part for the 3 continents. In this way, the strongest experts of the 3 continents could be said to have united for the first time. The current peak experts were naturally led by the devil ancestor. He was invincible, and no one could stop him. Under the devil ancestor were the Flood Witch, Zhua Chonglu, Elder Wan, and Chan Sheng. The 4 of them were considered super experts of the same level. In fact, when it came to cultivation, Wan Minqing's cultivation was above the Flood Witch and Zhua Chonglu. Chan Sheng was more, or less the same. However, the 2 of them were not good at fighting. In actual combat, they could not compare to the Flood or Zhua Chonglu. In other words, the 2 of them were more than enough to defeat the Devil Monarch. However, when it came to facing the Devil Ancestor Luo Ho, it was inevitable that they would die. In any case, the 4 strongest experts in the world besides the Devil Ancestor all stood on the side of the alliance of the 3 continents. This gave everyone more confidence. The people of the Tao League were retreating in large batches every second until this day. Someone came to report, the Wind and Cloud families have evacuated from the Wind and Cloud plains. They want to go to the inland of the astral souls. The generals at the border have let them go. Zhua Zhonglu was just about to grunt in acknowledgement when the 5 swords of the Tao Alliance jumped to their feet, their faces flushed red. Especially Taoist Feng. He almost went crazy. His whole face was as red as a monkey's, but the shame almost overflowed. Everyone was waiting here to fight with their lives. At the moment of the bloody battle, his bloodline family actually turned around and ran away along with so many experts in the family. They fled to the rear. Who told them to retreat? Taoist Feng was furious. Taoist Lei gritted his teeth. They've really disgraced the Tao League. Taoist Feng rushed out and said furiously, I'll kill these little bastards. After being humiliated again and being slapped in the face in front of everyone, Taoist Feng was about to break down. The higher-ups made a mistake in their decision. The middle management obeyed in public, but opposed in private. Such a low-level mistake like the construction direction of the Brave Soul Pass had occurred, causing tens of millions of soldiers to die in vain because of the mistake they made. Then, at such a critical moment, his family secretly fled in order to drag out an ignoble existence. They were really shameless. Although Taoist Feng was narrow-minded, at such a time, he couldn't go against his conscience, no matter what. If he continued to do things against his conscience, his own Tao heart would collapse and his foundation would be destroyed. His heart was really filled with anger, and his hair stood on end. Go and get some people to stop him. Zhua Chonglu hurriedly said, something big is going to happen. At such a critical moment, there can't be any more trouble. Looking at Taoist Feng's crazy appearance, no one doubted what he would do. If he really caught up, it would be easy for him to kill a large number of people from the Feng and Yun clans. It wouldn't be surprising even if their clans were exterminated. Taoist Yu and Taoist Xue sighed and flashed out. In the distance, Taoist Feng's angry roar had already shaken the world. Aren't you ashamed? Don't you have any sense of shame? Run? I'll let you fucking run.
Run.
Run. That was a hysterical roar. Obviously, Taoist Feng had already made his move and was really going to kill. In the hall, all the higher-ups were silent. Taoist Lei only felt that his face was completely gone, as if he had died tens of millions of times. He lowered his head and didn't say a word for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but really, he had nothing to say. After a long time, Taoist Feng was pulled back by Taoist Yu and Taoist Shui, who were almost on fire all over. He sullenly found a chair in the hall and sat down. He just panted and didn't say a word. After a long while, Taoist Feng's face turned even redder. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was exceptionally bright. It was the blood of his heart. Taoist Feng heaved a long sigh. How can I face the word Dao in the Dao League when the descendants of my family are like this? Before he finished his words, he looked even more dispirited. He had reached the extreme. The flood which said coldly, "If you have to shoulder the sins of your descendants, then the weeds on your grave would have become a forest. I mean, if your grave hasn't been dug up." Taoist Feng dug his eyes and looked at the flood witch. He knew that she was comforting him, but why did her words sound so unpleasant? "How did you deal with those little bastards?" asked Taoist Lei. 300 people were slapped to death by me. The descendants are unfilial. Taoist Feng coughed. His anger subsided gradually, and instead, he felt a bit regretful. You didn't deal with them well. Why didn't you put them on the battlefield? That would be more meaningful and effective. How could I think of anything else just now? I've lost so much face that I don't want to live anymore.
Ah.
He gave a long sigh, with all kinds of indescribable feelings. Taoist Shui was the last one to come back. He said slowly, "I've already sent the children under 15 years old and some female warriors under the level of cloud into the pass." Taoist Feng was enraged. He slapped on the table and yelled, "Why? The others are fighting. Why should they go to the rear? Why did you do that? I can't afford to lose face like this." Taoist Shui said blandly, "Why are you yelling? If you really don't want it, you can catch all the babies of your family and throw them into the mouths of the evil army when they arrive. Those who are powerful enough to kill enemies want to run away. Of course, we won't let them. But those women and children who can't kill enemies, isn't it right for them to go to the rear? If the ordinary people can leave, why can't the weak in our family? Just because you're the leader of the Dao League, they can only fight to the death here? Even if they don't have cultivation, they still have to die? Are they rushing to their deaths? What kind of logic is this?" Taoist Feng paused and said angrily, All right, that's it. Zhuo Chonglu made the final decision. Look at the situation now. What's the point of getting entangled in these trivial matters? Let's continue the meeting and discuss how to deal with the enemy." According to the news from Wan Mingsheng, Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun of the Dao League were in a precarious situation. It was hard for them to continue. The 20 million soldiers who built the defense line and the civil armed forces of the Dao League added up to about 23 million soldiers. After 12 days of fierce fighting, there were less than 7 million soldiers left. Most of them were injured and couldn't fight at their full strength. Of the 6 heavenly kings left, 3 had died in the battle. More than half of the 20-odd marshals and vice-marshals had died in the battle. Even Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun were severely injured. They were barely holding on with their cultivation base. If it weren't for the sky-mending stone that's what Chonglu gave them, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Especially when the Dao League's people sacrificed themselves at the last moment, the evil army actually formed a similar team and responded with the same extreme method. In this way, the casualties of both sides returned to the same level. Chapter 1302. Self-detonation had always been used by the weaker side as a last resort against a strong enemy. The demons clearly had the advantage in terms of military strength, overall strength, and other aspects. However, they followed the example of the Dao League and self-detonated at every turn. The defenders of the Dao League were caught off guard and unable to defend themselves. Faced with such a heavy attack, how could the celestial wolf mountain not be in danger? It could really be lost at any time. Daoist had already sent a messenger over and was rushing over. At most, we can only hold on for 3 more days. I'm ashamed that I can't complete the 1-month mission. It's a pity that I can't exterminate the demons in this lifetime. These were Daoist Hua's original words. It was also his will, his final farewell. There was no anger or despair. It was very calm, and there was no concern for the safety of his brothers here. It was just a plain and straightforward notification. 3 days. At most, we won't be able to hold on for 3 more days. Prepare yourselves. On the other side of the celestial wolf mountain, Daoist Hua stood in front of the pass and watched the fierce battle outside. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, corpses had already piled up very, very thick. There were Dao League warriors and demon warriors. The smell of blood filled the air. On the other side, a huge fire had already started to burn the corpses. However, the demons didn't care about corpses or plagues. Almost all the corpses that landed on the demon side had been eaten. It was only because they were fighting on the battlefield that they didn't have time to eat. Otherwise, Daoist Hua looked at the smoke in front of him and asked softly, "How many people have not retreated from the continent behind us?" Roughly estimating, there are about 700 to 800 million people who haven't retreated. Over here, the battle is still ongoing. There are countless people who have stayed behind and are sending resources to the front lines to reward the army. A heavenly king behind him lowered his head. His face was filled with indescribable complexity. In reality, those who hadn't left weren't just 700 to 800 million. This number was far more than that. Reward the army. Daoist Hua revealed a mocking smile. Rewarding the army was once an exceptionally honorable act. Especially rewarding the army who had personally gone to the battlefield, it showed even more camaraderie. However, rewarding the army in this era had long lost its original meaning. If it was an ancient war, there would be no such thing as flying in the sky or burrowing into the ground, and there would be no such thing as a space ring. Rewarding the army would naturally be very meaningful and would be able to stimulate the morale of the soldiers. However, it was now the peak of martial arts, and everyone who participated in the war was a cultivator, a warrior who had entered the way. Why would they need ordinary people to reward them? Even if they sent food or whatever, it was useless. The Jade of Astral Souls was used by high-level martial artists for cultivation. High-grade Jade of Astral Souls was just the beginning, but for ordinary people who didn't know any martial arts, a low-grade Jade of Astral Souls was not only a family heirloom, but also a treasure to show off the family's wealth. This difference had long surpassed the knowledge of ordinary people. The so-called reward for the army is just these ordinary people trying to find some comfort for themselves. They don't want to leave, they don't want to give up anything, but they want to use this method to lock the soldiers on the moral high ground and force them to fight to the death. Daoist Hua was experienced in the ways of the world, and his heart was as clear as a mirror at this moment. What he thought and said were the thoughts of those who didn't leave. If I want to leave, I can leave even if the sky falls and the earth shatters and billions of lives are waiting to be slaughtered. If I want to stay, I can stay even if there's no one behind me. Using this little trick on me is simply a joke. A heavenly king beside him had cracked lips and begged, "Elder Ancestor, please leave with Elder Yun. If we stay here, the war will continue. For the foundation of our Dao League, I beg you, Elder Ancestor, please leave." All the soldiers knelt down at the same time. "Elder Ancestor, please leave. I beg you, for the sake of the Dao League." The Dao League Heavenly King's words made sense. The Dao League's 7 swords were the pinnacle of the Dao League, the pillars that supported the heavens, and the gathering of the Dao League's fate. Even if too many of the other members of the Dao League died, as long as the Dao League's 7 swords were still around, the fate of the Dao League would be complete. However, once one of the 7 swords died, the fate of the Dao League would no longer be complete. If both Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun died in this battle, the fate of the Dao League would definitely be weakened. How could it survive this apocalyptic catastrophe? "Leave." Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun chuckled. The two brothers looked at each other and smiled. Leave. We can leave any time. However, once we lose our face, the 7 of us won't be able to raise our heads again in this lifetime. The two of them were full of kindness as they looked at the smoke in front of them. Yun, back then, when you plotted against Xiaoduo, have you ever felt ashamed? Have you ever regretted it? Not at all. Daoist Yun smiled calmly. After all, I've never admitted that it's better to be known by others than to be seen by others. That was until that day when I told Zhou Chongchong. However, at that time, Zhou Chongchong couldn't hit me anymore.
Hee.
Hee, narrow-minded. Yes, I'm short-sighted. This problem of being jealous of talents seems to have been brought from birth. I really can't do anything about it. Daoist Yun smiled and said, however, I didn't go too far. Now that I think about it, I should be thankful. I should be thankful that I hesitated at that time. Daoist Hu smiled. You're right. Back then, we only lost a few fairies. Against Zhou Chongchong's son. Even if you, Hifeng, personally took action, it might not be safe. However, I still did it in the end. It doesn't matter who did it. Daoist Yun sighed softly. Hesitation is one thing. However, back then, I really didn't want that kid to live. He said with a heavy tone. This is the truth. I understand. I completely understand. Daoist Hu smiled warmly. Daoist Yun smiled bitterly. However, when I say that I'm thankful, I'm also telling the truth. If I had really succeeded back then, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have to fight today. Daoist Hu fell silent for a moment. After a long while, he said indifferently, if I had succeeded back then, even if we fought today, I'm afraid you might not have been able to participate. Or perhaps, the demons wouldn't have had to put in so much effort. Daoist Yun coughed violently and smiled bitterly. Perhaps it's because I'm at death's door that I keep thinking about the past. I've actually done a lot of wrong things in this life. Daoist Yun said, since young, I've been narrow-minded and competitive. I've been short-sighted and only looked at what's in front of me. I've been selfish and thought that doing my best for the Tao League was the most noble thing in the world. I've let go of small mistakes for the sake of the greater good. Now that I think about it, my life has been full of small mistakes. Everything is ironic and ridiculous. Daoist Hu looked into the distance in a daze and said as if he was dreaming, I wonder if demon ancestor Rahu will have a day like us. Will he also feel that his life is actually very ridiculous? After a long while, the two of them didn't speak and looked at each other in silence. The sky darkened bit by bit. The demons had already gained the upper hand. It was only a matter of time for them to overcome this obstacle. At most, they would break through in 3 days. The wind whistled. The brothers of tens of thousands of years looked at each other and smiled. You first or me first? I'll go first. Remember to wait for me.
Take care.
Definitely. The tragic final battle finally began. Daoist Hu and Daoist Yun led the remaining 6 million Tao League soldiers and decided to fight with their lives on the line. In the following 3 days and 3 nights, they didn't even stop for a second. The demons had already seen the dawn of victory. They wouldn't slack off at all. They pressed forward with all their forces, only wanting to take down Celestial Wolf Mountain in one go. The demons that covered the entire mountain broke through from many directions and surrounded the Tao League's army from all sides. Yes, at this time, many demons had already invaded the interior. Demonic clouds billowed, and smoke filled the sky. Screams and curses sounded one after another and disappeared one after another. Late at night on the 3rd day, Daoist Yun fought with his sword and shouted loudly. He didn't have the demeanor of a Taoist expert. Instead, he was more like a demon god that had descended to the world. There was no one around him. The Tao League's army had already been wiped out. The 3 heavenly kings had also died from self-detonation. Daoist Yun was the only one left fighting with his life. His sword flashed and swept back, carving out a bloody path in the dense demon army. However, it was filled by even more demons. Countless experts of the demon clan charged back and forth, one after another. Although Daoist Yun was a giant of the current era, he was at the peak of the world. However, there was a limit to one's strength. At this time, he was already exhausted. The Heavenman stone that Sui Changlu gave him had already been used up. He was constantly injured, constantly recovering, constantly receiving heavy blows, and being injured again and again. The demon powerhouses were hiding in the army and constantly launching sneak attacks. Daoist Yun was very unwilling. He knew that his life had already come to an end. His only remaining wish was to find a demon king and perish together with him. He didn't want to leave like this. It didn't match his status as the peak of the current era. However, this wish was obviously a delusion at this time. At this time, after experiencing too many self-detonations from the Tao League, the demons were more and more familiar with the timing of self-detonation. At this time, there wasn't a single demon king who was stupid enough to fight head-on to fulfill his opponent's final wish. In fact, even a demon god wouldn't come close to it. In a faraway place. Brother. So, it's me who went first. A heroic laugh shook the heavens. An earth-shattering explosion shook the earth. Even the heroic soul pass, which hadn't been damaged much until now, was blown apart by the earth-shattering power. Countless crisscrossing ravines appeared on the ground. Daoist Hua had self-detonated. Daoist Yun waved his sword crazily. The demons around him fell one by one. Blood splattered everywhere. Tears streamed down his face. He laughed loudly. Old bastard. We agreed that I would go first. You didn't keep your word. You didn't keep your word. Don't go too far. Wait for me. Wait for me. Priest Yun boosted up the last bit of his life force and let it erupt. He rushed towards the place where the devil army was densest, forgetting about everything else. Boss, I'm sorry. I can't hold on for another month. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.